Uh-oh. Which ones? I'm going to guess
Guy.
one. Free Guy. Yep.
And I might have turned down Broken Hearts Gallery. I can't remember if I auditioned for that, but Broken Hearts Gallery as well.
I don't know, man. I got the offer, but it was probably after you. Broken Hearts Gallery was a great experience.
Yeah.
That character, if it was the same character, bit of a thankless character because ends up kind of being the bad guy in the movie.
Yeah, with her exhibit.
Yeah, and the script, but Geraldine Viswanathan and Dacre Montgomery and Natalie, who directed that, like, great team. But I think for what we do well, it didn't really fit, like, in our wheelhouse. Free Guy, though, you dropped the bag.
Yeah.
That was real fun.
100%.
Ryan Reynolds is like my bestie, bro.
I think they gave it to, was it Rel?
Oh, that was Rel.
Yeah.
Rel, you would have been great in that role. I love Rel.
I thought so, too.
Rel has got such a great smile, lights up a screen. But, yeah, it would have been different if it had been you, for sure.
So happy for the brother.
He's not doing Pantera. He's not doing Gerard Butler world, like, continent hopping heist movies.
Yeah, and I have fun doing those films, but they are just taxing on the body.
Oh, I'm sure.
It's rough. We are.
Remember when they punched you in the stomach and you start throwing up in the first one?
Yeah.
And you puked it, and it was like, dang, that was a hard punch. Remember that?
Yeah.
That was good acting.
Or when Pablo Shriver puts a gun in my eye.
Oh, I remember that too.
Yeah. I was like, okay, I thought we were playing pretend for money.
I would just say for the first, I hate when people do that, when they're like, I'm really in it. And you're like, nah, ouch, dude. Ouch. I'm wondering what kind of donuts they have at Crafty. Get that out of my face. That movie was so tense and so well made, and then they all just died so quick.
And I love that.
Your whole crew just got pop. 50 Cent is like a tough guy, and the next thing you know, you're like, he's just staring.
My daughter.
Yeah. I'm like, you shouldn't have left a garage, bro. If you have a child going to prom, maybe don't do this.
Yeah. Fire advice.
Bummer.
Yeah, that film, and they were, when we were doing that film, number one, it's my third movie ever.
Oh.
Third movie ever, okay? And we're doing weapons training, and, like, we got this dude from UK Special Forces, like, giving us weapons classes, and, like, we're waking up early in the morning to go shoot guns, and I'm like, yeah, I don't have a gun in the movie. Why am I getting up super early?
Because you got to be tough guy, dude.
Yeah, and so, like,
Pablo Schreiber.
Just because I asked this question, now I'm getting made fun of by the crew. You know, because like, oh, we're up too early for you, Shay.
This is toxic masculinity, guys.
Yes. So I would ask the question, y'all not dead yet?
Jackson Jr. doesn't need this SHIP from you.
Wait, the crew is giving you grief?
Well, not the crew, but like the guys.
The other actors?
Yeah, like Pablo and 50, and I'm like, they're all, you know, cracking their jokes. Gerard cracking their jokes. And I'm like, man, ain't y'all supposed to die?
Yeah, like, and very easily, by the way.
Yeah.
For all that buildup, they died so quick. That's why I like the sequel. What's this? Is this Kobe yours right here?
Oh, no, my man RJ. It's a hostile takeover. So, you know, they all got their cool memorabilia around there. So I brought in my Matthew Stafford signed football.
Love it.
RJ was like, oh, man, you need the Kobe rookie over here.
Yeah,
so he brought the Kobe rookie. And then I brought a picture of myself.
I love that.
Yeah, because there's no pictures. I've been a guest on this show more than any
O'Shea Bonaparte. I like it.
And there's no picture of me in all the years that I've been here, so I brought one. Yep.
That's
and
good.
We're going to hang this up.
You look good.
Thank you.
It's nice.
Somebody. You guys are animals, man.
I love that photo for you. That's great. I'm going to get my own.
You really should, man.
Of yourself or of O'Shea?
No,
of O'Shea.
Yeah, right. Of course.
So I'm gonna find a place to hang this.
Well, we have to do something together. It would be really fun. We'd have a good time.
We might have to write it.
I would love to do that. We'd have a good time for sure.
Yeah, but so this film, Rachel Lee Cook, Ryan Hansen.
Yeah.
I know you can't give out too much, but what can people take away from it, and what should they expect tonight?
It's tonight.
Tonight.
There's a lot of love. It's got a great soundtrack. I mean, it's good. Look,
Yeah,
I
keep hearing
hope
about the
people.
soundtrack.
I hope people watch it. It is a movie that deserves to be loved. It's loosely based on Rachel's real life, so I know it means a lot to
Oh.
her and I. We produced it together. We built it from the ground up. Anybody who's made something from scratch knows how hard it is. So if you get eyes on it tonight, it would be greatly appreciated. I'm proud of the movie. I think Rachel and I had a great time doing it together. We brought a bunch of crew together in upstate New York, and they're all great. And we had a nice time in wherever we shot it because it was 2 years ago.
I feel you. 100%.
But we had a good time. Other than that, I'm just trying to there's probably also an NBA playoff game tonight, though, right?
There is. Game
Yeah.
6.
So I'm going to have to be jumping back and forth
feeling
between
about that?
Spurs Thunder and
You?
this movie, yeah, which I've already seen.
How you feel about OKC and San Antonio? And I also want you to give a shout out to your Wizards.
Oh, yeah, my Wizards got the #1 pick, so we'll see. We'll see. I think we got to trade AD for somebody, though.
Oh my!
We got AD for what, maybe 40? And I love, AD, if you watch this, because it's your boy, you know I love you. We did barbershop. I hugged you. I laid my head on your chest. I know you. But I only get 45 games of healthy AD a year. And when you are healthy, you're transcendent. But then you said a bunch of stuff about money in DC, and that's going to rub people the wrong way. If I can flip you right now for 3 first-rounders and maybe another top 10 pick in this year's draft, I got to do it, bro. I got to send you to Memphis or somewhere.
Oh my
man,
goodness.
Memphis.
Yeah, I think you're Memphis bound, bro. Every Wizard goes to Memphis to end their career. Gilbert Arenas did it. I mean, you don't want to stay in Washington. Let Trey and AJ and Sar and our boys do what they got to do. Tonight, I want Wemby, though. I want Wemby to win.
Yeah, absolutely. I cannot stand the Thunder right now. It's not because they beat the Lakers, but just because they're the Thunder.
Wemby just needs to, he gets tired. He's young and he gets tired. So you see him going right on that free throw line, and he's throwing up that floater, and he's like, I'm okay because I'm big enough. I'll get the rebound. But you're tired. So instead, all you got to do is stop on a dime, shoot that 15-footer. Just stop moving. Your Hartenstein can't guard you. He's going to keep moving. You stop. You're butter from 15. Don't do that gazelle floater thing where you throw it off the backboard. You're tired. Conserve your energy. Shoot the jumper. That's all I got to say, Vic. And then
That's a good thought process for that. We were talking about him losing his legs earlier today.
Yeah, he's losing. He's tired, man. I brought a bunch of cards I want to show you.
Oh yeah.
My collection.
Oh.
Because last time we were here, we talked about how we were all. Were you guys there when we were talking about collecting stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Gotta be here.
Oh, yeah.
So
They're furniture.
I got a bunch of stuff. How are you going to see these? Where do I put them?
Right. Where's he?
Like
Where's he
right.
at? This is you right here.
That's my Wemby Gold Panini 1-in-1 PSA 10.
Hey, now.
Ooh,
That's
what?
just for
You're
tonight.
Speaking the language.
I don't know if you want to just be walking around with those.
Without security.
No,
Speaking the
security.
language.
Without security.
I got Ice Cube on speed dial. Then this is these will never leave my collection. These are our two boys, Shaq and Kobe, Nebula Autos, 1-of-1s,
Ooh.
out of Spectra.
My man.
These are my boys. These are our Lakers. These are the only 2 in existence, and I own them both. Wow, that was such a
That's a
nerdy
flex.
thing to say.
Yeah.
This is me. I could just hear Naomi, my wife, being like, bro, really?
No, this is very cool.
This is.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
We got to get photos of
I
these,
had to
RJ.
throw some Steph in there because I know everybody needs a Steph. This is a Steph Curry signed timeless moment from 22-23. I know you got them card things, but what are we gonna do? I'll just keep.
I don't know.
You're a Star Wars guy. I tried to get yours. Honestly,
I'll give you one.
I got outbid on your red auto on eBay. It really pissed me off.
I just signed that.
Yeah, I was outbid badly.
Wow. I literally just signed those.
But this is a Star Wars superfractor of like a global poster. I don't know what it is. I just thought it looked cool. It's in Japanese. Then, speaking of ghosts, I'm going through them fast because we don't have much time.
Sure.
Speaking of ghosts,
Stay as long as you want.
I collect my friends' cards. This is Rebecca Wasaki, who plays Hetty. This is her Star Trek signed card. She's a freaking babe and super talented. So we got Rebecca. That's why I wanted to bring you your card. I got my boy Randall Park, the best rapper in Hollywood. This is his 101, Sapphire.
Nice.
Jimmy Woo.
This is Return of the Jedi, by the way.
Thank you, Return of the Jedi. And then here are like the big boys. This is a triple auto, Jordan, Kobe, and Garnett.
Wow.
What?
9,
Oh my
10
gosh.
out of 10.
Again, I'm not sure you should just be walking around with these.
This is
No,
a
man.
sports nerd's dream.
I do. My 6-year-old taught me karate. This one is the only one card with AI and Kobe both signed on the same card. This is an immaculate. It is an authentic auto 10. I hit this. Thank you, Jags at Blez. You sweet, sweet man.
Oh, Blez, nice.
This will never leave my collection. And then I'm a big Marvel guy. I could have brought thousands of them, but this is a 1-of-1 superfractor of Spider-Man from 2025 in the claw. Oh my God, my wife has just got her hands.
Yo,
bigger.
this is this. You're so cool to us right now.
I know, this is this is incredible.
And then this is my here. You could. This is the most beautiful one that I have. I love this card so much, bro. Because AI is all of our spirit animal. But this is my number
Kobe
one card.
and AI.
This is the number one card in my collection. It is a Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Oh.
I'm dead ass. I love you, Jean-Claude. Let's you, me, and O'Shea Jr. do something together. Come on.
Something.
Let's bring back frickin' that Double Team movie that you did with Dennis Rodman. I'll be whatever you want, Jean-Claude. It's a 1-of-8 leaf pearl, Jean-Claude Van Damme auto. And I know that's probably, it's a goofy one, but I love it. I love collecting people that I love. So
That's awesome.
those are a few of the cards I brought.
Oh,
Shout out. That was sick.
what? Wow.
I asked, they were like, you want to talk about There She Goes? And I was like, hell no, I want to talk about my cards.
Yeah, Liz was like, yeah, he's really emphatic about this card. I was like, oh man, he's come to the right
I
place.
don't want to rap. I don't want to talk about acting. I want to talk about basketball cards.
Yeah, listen,
So-
we got to go to a quick break. Make sure you guys are still here. Utkarsh, bro, please be here for the end of the show.
Thank you for being here on the Rich Eisen Show.
Yeah.
Guests on ESPN Chicago join us on the Yingling Hotline. Brought to you by Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Pro. The challenge? Finding that person without sorting through resumes. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds. And you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Amber and Ian.
I would imagine that if you're Jason Kidd, the second that they hire a new president, then you're thinking that your job is probably very much on the line.
Anybody who was involved in one of, if not the worst trade since Herschel Walker, get the hell out of Dodge. And Jason Kidd did not get along with Luka.
Amber and Ian. Weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio. This is Freddie and Harry on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
I'm picky. I'm uppity when it comes to my crust. If it's not exactly what I like, I'm not eating it. If it's exactly what I like, I am downing every single bit of it. If I don't like it, I don't eat it. If I love it, I achieve it.
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is what everyone's talking about.
Everything's on the table.
This is what champions come to take. This is what everyone came to see.
And the slam.
No do-overs. No second chances. No more Mr. Nice Guy. This is winner take all. And it's all happening now on the home of the NBA Finals. Don't miss it. June 3rd on ABC and the ESPN app.
The SB Pod with Scott Van Pelt.
Everybody watching's rooting for somebody who they know better. They want the star. If Scotty Scheffler went eagle on 9 and then 31 in the back, if Rory McIlroy did that, if Justin Thomas did that, people talk about it forever. One of the greatest 9s ever played because it's a name you know better. Well, Aaron Rye did that. He did it.
Yeah.
He did the thing you wanted the player whose name you know better to have done.
The SB Pod with Scott Van Pelt, wherever you get your podcast. Saturday on ESPN Radio. It's an interleague showdown at PNC Park.
Buxton, fly ball, left center. Going, it is gone.
Byron Buxton and the Minnesota Twins face O'Neal Cruz and the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Cruz is on a heater. There goes a missile to right center. Carried for Cruz.
The Twins at the Pirates. Coverage begins Saturday at 3:30 Eastern with first pitch at 4:05 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Presented by Progressive Insurance.
Turin, Italy. History built this city. Now a new story begins.
The first ever premium live event to be held in Italy. High stakes, high pressure. This is what we call must-see.
Stream Clash in Italy Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern on the ESPN app with the ESPN Unlimited plan.
Evan Canty and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
Players that have had multiple MVPs and multiple titles. Michael Jordan, Bill Russell, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, LeBron James, Magic Johnson, Tim Duncan, Larry Bird, Steph Curry, Wilt Chamberlain. And if FGA pulls it off, he becomes the 10th name on that list. He's not on par with any of the players that I just listed.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday mornings starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
DJ K-Dub checking in, previously on the Firebomb Show.
Would you rather play in that first game? That's 9:30 local time.
You're also dealing with 18 and 22-year-old kids, and a lot of times they function a lot better at 9 o'clock at night than they do at 9 o'clock in the morning. It'll be up probably between 5 and 5:30, and we'll leave the hotel about 7 tomorrow.
Most of them ever been up that early?
They have.
The Paul Feinbaum Show, weekdays at 3 Eastern on the ESPN app and on the SEC Network.
Best to ever do it.
We're trying. Yeah? That's how you feel?
I do think the excellence of execution is number one of all time.
All right, we got to get Brett. I know some people that could get us Brett, and we're working on it, but we want him in studio.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
CM Punk said he'd come in and we could have a nice conversation between the two of them.
That would be sick.
Right.
Bret Hart talking about the Montreal screw job. I'm sure he's so tired of talking about it, but
he might not be though.
I don't know. It's a great story.
Hold on, I got a story for you.
Okay.
From our friends over at SoFi. A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something you once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank and a member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
It sounds dubious.
Listen, bro, reading those, I be trying to put on my radio voice for them.
It's too good to be true. Get some financial advice before you make that decision.
Listen, SoFi never knew what they did.
Me neither.
Never knew what they did. You should have saw my face when I found out Staples Center was Staples.
You're like, I thought it was just Staples,
Yeah,
the
Staples
product.
Center, you know? Oh, man. Dude, you shut it down.
Yeah, right?
Well, this is my passion. I love this stuff. I'm a big collector. There was a few more Jordans. I had to hit up Kimberly, who's sitting over there. I hit up her boyfriend, Paul, and was like, which one should I bring? There was a triple auto with Jordan, Kobe, and Julius Erving I could have brought.
Oh, wow.
And then there's...
When are they together?
Oh, no big deal.
Well, I only collect Jordan from the Wizards. I don't collect... And if you see, like, I don't collect any Bulls Jordan. I'm not interested at all.
Didn't exist.
Don't care. I want Michael Jordan in the 23 from the Wizards years. That's it. I'm a Washington Wizards fan. I like seeing Jordan in that blue, gold, and whatever teal.
What was that like when he made that move over there?
You knew it wasn't going to go well. I mean, you had hope,
Yeah.
but the truth is like DC, God bless us, but the Wizards are a place where legends go to sort of fall apart.
Yeah.
Bernard King, Michael Jordan, Dwight Howard, Anthony Davis has now entered that phase of his career, Russell Westbrook, on down the line, or where players go to start and then go be famous somewhere else. Chris Webber, you know what I'm saying? Tom Gugliotta.
Oh my goodness.
There's a lot of guys who start year one, year two, and then, go to nothing.
Right, but
Or not go to nothing, go to great success on other teams is what I meant.
yeah, dude. But I mean, I feel that. I only want Laker LeBron stuff. Well, LeBron won a championship here. So.
Laker LeBron, yeah, dude, a LeBron auto out of this year of Topps in a Lakers jersey would be clutch. You should get one.
Yeah, I might find a way to get it. But dude, you killed it. You got There She Goes tonight. You got NBA playoffs tonight.
It's a movie. It's not a television show.
No.
It is a motion picture. Ghosts is still on the air. For all the people in the comments terrified that Ghosts got canceled, don't worry. We do multiple jobs. This is a romantic comedy motion picture. Fox Television.
Yeah.
Tonight.
Dude, tonight. Guys, I feel like it is an honor. Utkarsh Ambudkar, bro, you're a monster. Come back anytime. We're going to hang out away from the show.
I would love that. Pantera 3.
Where does your generosity to mercy ships go? To a small village in Sierra Leone, to the eyes of a mother, to an operating room, the healing, the anxious wait, until finally, a beautiful smile. To a port in Madagascar, into the hands of a surgeon, to the eyes of the MRI technician, the scalpel, the monitor, the post-op, and finally, a mirror. A tumor removed, replaced by tears of joy. To a small fishing village in Africa, to the hopes of a boy, to his dreams of playing soccer, to the hands of a surgeon, the long recovery, until one day, the joy of finally being part of the team. Where does your generosity go? Wherever mercy does.
Hi, human. I'm a micro monster, swimming around in your plastic water bottle. But I can't wait to swim in your bloodstream soon.
Microplastics are micro monsters.
Drink me. Wait, what are you doing?
But you can fight back by using glass or metal reusable water bottles.
No!
Don't let microplastic micro monsters invade your body. Find more ways to fight back at stopmicromonsters.org.
Hi, human. I'm a micro monster, swimming around in your plastic water bottle. But I can't wait to swim in your bloodstream soon.
Microplastics are micro monsters.
Drink me. Wait, what are you doing?
But you can fight back by using glass or metal reusable water bottles.
No!
Don't let microplastic micro monsters invade your body. Find more ways to fight back at stopmicromonsters.org.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field to unlock their full potential and thrive. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey. We're working alongside partners and communities in 10 countries to give children and youth the tools, the training, and the skills to build confidence, shape their futures, and win in life. This journey of hope begins in the early days of development and continues through all stages of growth and into employment. We invest in children and youth so they can achieve their goals. And it's a game changer for children, their families, and their entire communities. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Join the journey at children.org today.
Where does your generosity to mercy ships go? To a small village in Sierra Leone, to the eyes of a mother, to an operating room, the healing, the anxious wait, until finally, a beautiful smile. To a port in Madagascar, into the hands of a surgeon, to the eyes of the MRI technician, the scalpel, the monitor, the post-op, and finally, a mirror, a tumor removed, replaced by tears of joy. To a small fishing village in Africa, to the hopes of a boy, to his dreams of playing soccer, to the hands of a surgeon, the long recovery, until one day, the joy of finally being part of the team. Where does your generosity go? Wherever mercy does.
Elena had another asthma attack. She's really sad to miss school again.
Asthma can be triggered by allergens from common pests.
I just can't shake this fever.
Mosquito bites can cause West Nile and Zika virus infections.
Sorry, boss. I'm going to be out of work for a while.
The CDC estimates that more than 300,000 Lyme disease cases spread by ticks occur in the U.S. each year. Don't let pests force you to take a sick day. Learn how to protect your family at pestworld.org. A public service message from the National Pest Management Association and the CDC.
Hey drivers, it's Ryan Blaney, driver number 12 Discount Tire Ford Mustang Dark Horse in the NASCAR Cup Series. Quick tire checks during a pit stop can make all the difference between finishing strong and falling behind. Off the track, checking your tires regularly is important to ensure the safety of your vehicle. Stop by a local tire retailer for a tire safety check, or try the penny test at home to check your tread.
A message from the U.S. Tire Manufacturers Association.
Waddle and Silvy are uncensored and unwound.
Jerk that pig! Jerk that pig!
It's the Waddle and Silvy FAFO show.
When I hear you say shit, I sort of perk up. I'm like,
fuck shit, fuck shit, fuck shit. Did that break you in a little bit there?
We're live on youtube.com/ESPN1000 Chicago and twitch.tv/ESPN1000 Chicago.
I just had one of our great salespeople, too, came up to me before you got here, Waddle, in our little podcast room down the hall here in the brand new ESPN 1000 office. And he said, what does FAFO stand for? What does that mean, FAFO show?
I mean,
do you think everyone knows that acronym? It was Sherwood. It was great.
Really?
Yeah, Sherwood's awesome.
Well, of course.
He's
He's
young
very
and hip.
accomplished. He's very educated. Does he live under a rock? What do you mean he doesn't know what FAFO?
He didn't know what it stood for, or he didn't know that it was an acronym. Fuck around and find out.
I feel like if Waddle knows, like, the vast majority of people should know.
I feel like Waddle learned this from his daughters, because Waddle has been saying it longer than most people I know in my age group.
Think if it has some sort of, like, I wouldn't say dirty, but like foul language attachment to it. I'm hip to it, Charlie.
That's a good point.
It's all the other stuff, like abbreviating words and all that nonsense that, you know, all of you youngsters think is so cool and so hip. You don't have the capacity in you to actually say the entire freaking word. Like that to me is just
We're
crazy.
live on Tube.
What was even Carm?
Yeah, he said fringy today. Was it fringy? Because I keep, you know, that's the new hip thing. Like when something's on the fringe, on the fringes of being this. He's a fringy top 10 player. Like, you know, fringy.
The thing I heard him say, did he call it PDev? Player development?
Oh, no.
Like there was,
Don't tell me he did.
Yeah,
oh, no.
Oh,
fuck this guy. What is this?
Oh, yeah. Let me go back and see, because when it happened, I texted
better not
him.
have. I'll be super disappointed in my guy.
I think he said
What time is this,
PDev.
Waddle? I can go back and
Not
review the
today.
tape.
It wasn't today. I got to go.
He said player development is PDev?
I think.
That's like P-Bev for Patrick Beverly, but PDev for player development. I don't like it. Don't like it one bit, Waddle.
No, you don't like it?
It's lazy. It's lazy.
I'm going to find it, because I know I reached out to him when he said it. I was like, really? Damn it!
All right, so we're on FAFO today. Up until the end of
believe that
White
Jordan
Sox.
didn't know what that meant.
No, I don't know if everyone knows.
Really?
Yeah, I really don't. I don't like. Not everyone is hip to all those things, or even care to be hip.
Well, there you go.
Like it doesn't even mean you're hip. Like if you know that, it's what does the HITS principle stand for? What is HITS? Give it to us.
Hustle, intensity, and the ball.
Yeah, but you forgot the S.
Slimy, shitty,
suck.
What was S?
Was it sack?
No, it was not sack.
See how quickly we forget. It was so dumb to begin with. And now what's the new one?
Player dev. Also, that's what he called it. Player dev, not PD, but he called it player dev. And I said also known as PD, and he didn't respond.
That may be even worse to say player dev. You've already gone
smart.
You've already gone to player. Just finish it with development.
Yeah, right. That's my point. And of all people, Carmy's like, I could understand if it was Gio or it was one of your kids,
right.
But like Carm is one of us age-wise.
Yes.
Player dev.
Yeah. All right.
Really?
Well, beautiful day in the city. Waddle said to me, just like we used to do in grammar school, where the teacher would say, "Hey, why don't we do class outside today?" Waddle said we should do the show outside
just put a headset on.
One of those. We don't get many of these in Chicago, where it is just complete sunshine and like 70.
Charlie, this is one of those days back before YouTube. The golf course would be singing your name, would it not? Oh,
and yours.
Loudly. Oh,
and
of
yours.
Course. No question. No doubt. I'd be 2 beers deep and probably, I don't know, on the 8th green right now.
Would you have a dart by now?
Right as I tee off, bro.
There you go.
It's probably why my golf game sucks so bad, and my left shoulder's bothering me. I get down. I'm 59 years old. Do you know what depresses me these days? Bad golf.
Just ruins the week.
Yeah, not more important things.
Try to check that at the door.
Yeah. Bad golf. That maybe I need to look in the mirror and say, "Hey, buddy, maybe get a grip on things." And maybe be more engaged with stuff that is more important. Stop being such a puss about your bad golf.
It's like of the things that piss you off, that's not a bad thing to have piss you off. That means life's pretty good.
Oh, yeah,
If you're pissed off about your golf game, then I think everything else is functioning pretty highly.
I mean, look, I don't have a ton of complaints, but I'm very pissy about my golf game because it stinks.
How does your golf frustrations manifest themselves? Like, are you a club thrower? Do you say like
I haven't thrown a club thrower? Do you not know him?
I haven't thrown a club this year yet.
Oh, this year? Like you threw one last year?
Oh, hell yeah.
I can't picture you throwing clubs.
I don't normally do it, but like if I'm with my brother and it's just really bad.
Just poking the bear?
Yeah, I may just throw one. I may throw one out.
Throw one at him.
Yeah.
I would think you're a big naysayer for club throwing.
It's not a practice. It's not something I practice, but I got to say, too, with the White Sox, this is the joy of this part of the climb. Remember when you said 2015 was such an enjoyable experience for you as a Cub fan?
The best. Like even basically as much fun as 2016, even though they won it all.
What's great about this is you've got boppers all throughout the lineup, but you also got a guy who just hit the ball off the end of the bat to the shortstop.
Is that Tristan Peters?
And Tristan Peters beats it out. The ball bounces to the first baseman, and you got to run in, and you get bases. And everything that they need to do, they're doing.
Yeah.
Grichuk has got a 340 batting average.
Him and Conforto, man. The older guys who have, like, Grichuk is way older, I think, than Conforto still.
Yeah,
Conforto is still young, old guy. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Did you hear Jack today? He gave you a player. I know you're the actual king of player A, player B.
I think I got Carmen loved it, and then I sort of hopped on it when I knew he loved it.
Just a little flare to right field's going to clear the bases.
Right in the corner. This team is something. They're the new Piranhas right now.
Yes.
Like the Twins used to be the Piranhas. Is this going to be there? If they hold on, it's 5-0 Sox right now. If they hold on, will this be their high water mark? Have they?
This will be 2. I think they've been 3 over.
Have they been 3? Did they get to 3 over?
Maybe not. You may be right. Maybe it's only 2. But that's
this year?
again.
I don't think they ever got to 3 over.
No.
Like I always thought it was somewhere in the 1 or 2 over.
I'll be able
but I could be mistaken because I was in the in a dark place these last 10 days
Oh, you're
until
better
yesterday.
now. You're better
I'm
now.
better now.
I see 2 over, 24 and 22. I see 25 and 23.
Okay, so this would equal if they hold on.
Yeah.
Because they're 1 over right now,
They're
aren't
one
they?
over
Yeah.
right now. But again, it's everything that they get a kid that takes the bump last night, first major league start. Dude has 15, I think, consecutive outs, gave up 1 hit, I think, went 6 innings and was brilliant. Like,
you talking about the White Sox starter yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know his story?
I don't.
His story, I heard this in Meller's pregame show. He was a player who did not make his varsity baseball team as a junior.
Wow.
He did not make varsity. Like, he was a basketball player and a baseball player. But as he said, he goes, I didn't play varsity baseball till my senior year. And they asked him, they said, well, why not? And he goes, well, oh, no, I was playing baseball. I just wasn't good enough to make varsity baseball. Wow. And the legend of Michael Jordan not making his varsity basketball team, that was either his freshman or sophomore year. Right. It wasn't like his junior year. Yeah. Junior, he did not make it. Then he grew a ton. How tall is he? Is he he's another
6'3", I think.
I thought he was even taller than that. But he really had a big growth.
He's 6'6".
Yeah. I thought he was listed as, never mind.
He had a big growth spurt go between junior and senior year. His body started to learn how to pitch a little bit better. But still, even after his senior year, he had no offers.
He's listed as 6'4", 215 on ESPN.
And he wrote to junior colleges, and only one junior college responded, and that's the team he played for. And then he transferred from there to Oklahoma. I heard Carmen say, I guess he was on the Cade Horton team. And I think he was not out of the White Sox because the White Sox just acquired him in that trade, one of their trades. And I believe he was drafted in the 11th round. So
the whole 2026 season has been something else.
The thing about the White Sox that you really have to, it's the player development thing too. It's identifying and developing.
Yes.
It's every guy that they have brought, most guys, I should say, I don't want to exaggerate, but most of these guys, even going back to their awful year 2 years ago, since they have implemented Bannister as the pitching coach, and I think is it Barfield who's their hitting guy? And they have been able to identify guys and work with the skills that they have and reclaim guys, like even a first-round pick in Colson Montgomery, going through a ton of struggles, getting him right back on track. So it's not just like we always talk about this, that guys are either hits or misses via draft. Sometimes it takes a little bit extra to get them there, or sometimes you could find the diamond in the rough in round 11 or round 40, whichever round it is. The White Sox have done a really good job getting guys overseas. And I'm not talking about Murakami. I'm talking about guys Americans who had to go over to Korea or go over to Japan and play there.
Wasn't Fetty one of those guys?
Yeah, Fetty was the first, I want to say.
Look, we've said this regardless of sport. There are so many different elements. There's player identification, then there's player development. Whether it's the NFL, it's Major League Baseball, it's the NBA. We've talked about the NBA. You got to identify. Nobody has developed anybody over there. Patrick Williams is a guy we all look at. Maybe you overdrafted it, but you certainly weren't able to develop him. So.
Yeah. So the White Sox lead 5-0 right now. The game's only in the third. So remember, we're on until the White Sox post-game ends. Then we'll be on everywhere. Tell your friends that we're on youtube.com/@ESPN1000 Chicago. Shout out to everyone joining us right now, checking the chat here. And we'll shout you guys out.
Is everybody behaving in the chat?
I haven't really checked yet. I just signed on to it myself.
Shit gets a little weird in there.
That's right. Let's see. Ruben Sanchez says, let's go White Sox.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of Bears talk as always. We have not even gotten into the Bears today. Ben spoke today, and as always.
You wet your pants.
I got the tingles. Like the football tingles again. Just a guy who is saying stuff that you like to hear. He was taking you through. I thought the biggest takeaway of today was him saying that, if I'm buying stock in Luther Burden. Mm-hmm. I'm buying stock in Luther Burden. That was my biggest thing. Grady's ready. We're ready to go. And so I have watched this man at the podium, and obviously we have watched him play football for many years. He was a captain of the Bears last year. He had a great career in Atlanta. But I love listening to Grady Jarrett speak as well. Remember the first time he got to the podium last year, I'm like, ooh, this guy's an alpha. This is a dog. This is a type of guy that the Bears need. Leadership. And he's back for year number 2. And he's joining us from Bears OTAs right now at Hallis Hall. Grady Jarrett joining Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000. Grady, it is a pleasure to talk to you one-on-one or two-on-one for the first time. Before it is great to meet you virtually.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you for having me on.
You know what I love most about this is you've been in the league better than a decade and you're at OTAs. To me, that says a lot about you and a lot about your leadership.
Yes, sir. Without a doubt, man. Anytime I got the opportunity to try to put some work in, get better, I'm going to take it, man. So I'm excited to be here. We're getting in some good work every day. And, don't nothing really beat, being around your teammates like that. So I'm loving it.
So if we could drill down a little bit more on that, Grady, being a veteran, being an accomplished player, being a former all-pro and a Pro Bowler, there are other guys who are like, look, I'll get ready on my own time. We negotiated for the optional workout here. But why is it even more important for someone personally like you? And what would you say to other teammates who may not always be there?
For me, I could see everybody kind of being in year 12 now. I can see reasons for this and that, reason that. But for me personally, I think it's just important for me to be here. One, because more than anything, I just love the staff here. Whether it's the strength staff, my coaching staff, coming in this building every day is very special to me. And also, my son is about 4 or 5 years old, so he need to have his butt in school all the time, all year. So it's all working out in my favor for me to come to work every day. But on a serious note, I think it's just awesome to be able to put in work, have the team track your work throughout the year, so they can also know how to manage you during the year as well. Especially for me, going in year 12, being an interior player, there's a lot of wear on your body, so they can know where I'm at, full year round. And then also, I could just get coaching year round on things I continue to need to get better at, and just really integrate myself more into this culture because it is just my second year here. And, you learn people better by spending time with them.
On a tangent here, Grady, like it caught my eye as we're both parents ourselves. What kind of dad are you?
I'm a very, very involved dad. I'm like I love my son. I actually just had my second son too, so I'm excited about that.
Congrats.
Congrats, yeah.
Thank you. But man, my son is very active, very, very smart kid. He got some really, really good genes. His mom is a Yale graduate and track runner there. And then obviously I'm kind of smart, I guess. But I'm playing for Chicago Bears, so I'm kind of athletic. So he's well-built kid. He's in judo. I got to put up a little tape of y'all to see him go to work. But he'll be a great athlete and a great student. So he's an awesome kid.
Mom and dad are stars. So is he humble? Is he a humble young man?
He humble, but he ain't trying to let you know now. He ain't trying to let you know. He a little more outgoing than me and her both was. So yeah, he'll let you know he got a really, really big competitive spirit.
I thought it was really interesting that you talked about how much you love this coaching staff. You spent 10 years in Atlanta and were ingrained in that community. How difficult was it to leave Atlanta, and how surprised were you that, wow, you felt like you were at home in such a short period of time here in Chicago?
Yeah, leaving Atlanta was extremely difficult for me. I had to make a choice for myself and my family that was best. And also me not settling for where, some people may have seen me at the point of my career, me knowing that my best was still ahead of me and wanted to continue to challenge myself and not ride on the coattail of the things that I have accomplished, but keep pushing myself toward what's out there for me in my football life. And I think that was important for me to be able to come to a place like Chicago, especially in a time where Chicago was at having a first-time head coach with Coach Johnson again here. I wanted to be a part of I thought I could bring a lot of value being a part of a new coaching staff in a place that needed some leadership. I also needed some more good players, and I wanted to come challenge myself and just not take the the golden road out to destiny and just, hang up and just look at the things I accomplished, because there's so much more that I want to accomplish. So there's a lot that drove me here, and I'm glad that I took that risk. And because, it just added so much just joy and just spice to my life. I'm the type to always try to challenge myself to be better and better. And I really don't spend too much time looking in the rear view. I just want to keep pushing forward.
So the hiring of Ben Johnson was actually something that attracted you to Chicago?
It could be a list of things, whether it's the hiring of Ben Johnson, playing with Caleb Williams, playing in a big city where they love their team, I could go all day, but I can say all things like that definitely played a factor in me coming here. And I couldn't feel better about my decision.
Grady, I was going to ask you about Chicago. It's only been a year that you've been here, but you obviously have been here before, but not as a resident. So what did you learn about our city or the surrounding area that maybe you didn't know and you just had a perception of as you came in as a veteran?
I think so. One, I just had the city of Chicago itself. Just one, how beautiful the city it is, all the things it has to offer. The people here in the Midwest have been just so nice and just so welcoming. And then just the plethora of things and good restaurants to go eat at. And then as far as me, I live out in the suburbs, north suburbs. I mean, just some beautiful places out here. I think about it as just my little slice of peace, man. I think I got a really, really nice setup that's close to the facility. But I love when my son go to school. I love where he go to practice at. My wife, she like to go walking down the street, just chilling, and so I know they're good at all times. And for me, when I get home, I got plenty of space for my dogs to go run and hang out. My mom moved up here. She got a place more in the city, and then we stay out in the suburbs, so I get a little bit of both. I mean, we love it.
That's great. It's great to hear that you're really into the community as well. So I caught something that you said. You said the best is yet to come. Like you don't often hear players who have been in the league that long say that. So explain to us what you mean by saying you believe the best for you has yet to come.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I do. So, I'm putting in every work. One thing I'm not doing every day is getting up, grinding, just to try to make it by, or just to go out on the field and just, try to just survive. I'm going out there trying to be the best. I'm going out there trying to put my best foot forward. And there's nothing more prideful for me as a year 12 guy to see myself going against some of these guys that watched me when they was in middle school and high school, get to compete up on them and try to beat up on them still. And so it's like, for me, it's just, it's a matter of pride and the love for the game. I love doing this. So there's nothing else in life that I really want to do. And obviously I got more years behind me than I got ahead of me. So I'm not in a rush to really just go do something just to do it. I only got a certain amount of time when I'm still playing ball, and I'm going to make the most of it. And obviously internally, I think they got an idea how long I want to do this. But, I'm never putting a cap on what God got for me. And every day I'm going to put my best foot forward.
After the season, Ben met the media and said, look, we start from scratch for 2026. And I understand that. And I know the past can, you don't want to get mired in the past. But when you look back at the 2025 season, we look back at it as such an exciting time because the team had struggled as an organization for so long. And there were so many things to be excited about. When you look back at last season, what are kind of your lasting memories of what you guys accomplished?
I think we really we were gelled together really tightly. I think I always use the analogy like we was bonded by fire. You got a lot of guys coming in to like myself coming in a new place, guys who've been here. But when we got to work here in April, the culture was established up front, and it was a really tough off season for us. And also the season really started off rough for us. Going 0-2, losing to a division opponent the way we did, and we really had to make a decision early that we wasn't gonna go out like that, man. And we got the tables running, and everybody faced some kind of adversity, whether it was battling injuries or overcoming bad play early. But we were able to put it together, win a division, put ourselves in position to go compete for a Super Bowl when nobody in the reality at the beginning of the year gave us a chance. So that just brought us together. But like you said, man, the things that you've done in the past don't buy you a future. But that season deserves to be recognized because nobody gave us the chance to get that far than we did. And the guys who were part of that team deserve to be celebrated. And that's one of the things that I feel like is very special.
You mentioned Caleb. I got a couple of Caleb questions for you. I think it was you that they flashed to on a couple of these in-house videos that the Bears produce. Maybe it was the Rams game. I forget if it was the Packers game. It was one of those nutty throws, either to Rome on 4th down or it was the Cole Kmet play against the Rams. And it looked like, Grady, you were mesmerized. Take us through that. What was going through your head with some of those crazy-ass throws?
Probably about whatever was going through the heads of the fans, of spectators watching. I mean, the chances was looking slim, but he kept it alive. And I mean, he got the ball through a dot to Cole to get us over the hump, man. I think it was just awesome. And there's been so many other plays just throughout the game, even some plays, throughout the Rams game that it came through for us, and we had to go back and forth. And so, I mean, you just never know really what's going to happen sometime. So, but the coolest thing about it is as he continued to grow and develop and get more experience, the every down plays is just going to get better and better. So, I mean, the things that make him special, that ain't going nowhere, but it's the every down, the stacking, the confidence, the work ethic. I mean, I'm super, super impressed with Caleb, man. The things that he has to endure playing in the city like this where people love and the expectations are so high. He's just so tough, man. I don't think people see that part of him, and that's one of the things I admire most about him, just being a part of this team.
And you had a guy who was steady as they came when Matt Ryan was quarterbacking the Falcons. So, do you see that CEO type of leadership now starting to come through, that this is Caleb's team? And when did you know, Grady, that, hey, he was ready to take that jump last year? Because we were all watching at the same time, and we knew he was drafted number one. We knew he had all the talent in the world, but we weren't sure if it was going to click with Ben. When did you know?
I don't know if you never know. It's all a process, right? It's all a process, and he's still very young. And so I think for us, and I don't want to misspeak for him or nobody else, but when you in it and you're in the fight, you taking day at a time. So you never really know. You just keep stacking. Then when the time is right, when the season passed, you may look back and say, "Oh yeah, we did that, we did this." But with him still being a young player, still having so much growth ahead of him, I'll be speaking prematurely to say that I've known this, because I don't want to put a cap on the things that he can accomplish. I've been fortunate enough to play with Matt Ryan and see him go, work day in and day out. And one of the things I always picked up from Matt was he never arrived. He always worked. He always put in the grind. Whether everybody was talking about him as the best in the world, or when we were struggling and everybody was calling for his name to get put out the door, he always was putting in the work. And so that's one of the things I've always learned from the veterans that came before me is you never arrive. So just continue to put in the work. And there's nothing wrong with admiring the work that you've done while you're in it, but to keep going and keep pushing yourself, the best never arrive.
We were told last year by Kevin Byard that last year's camp was the most physical camp that he had ever been through. And I think he'd been in the league a dozen years almost as well, like you. Have there been some good battles? I mean, Joe Tooney on the other side. Last year, Drew was here. You got Jonah Jackson, and you got some really talented offensive linemen. Training camp practices, I know they're not like they were back in the day, but are there still some pretty good battles?
Yes, absolutely some good battles, man. Just iron sharpening iron every day. And, when you go against somebody like Joe Tooney every day, you can't ask for a better matchup. And just see the growth that Darnell made, in his young career, becoming an all-pro. You know what I'm saying? And then Drew obviously came in, had a Pro Bowl season, and he did what he felt was best for his, life. But we also got another good center to come in that I competed against a lot. A guy that's really, really, a really talented center. So this training camp is going to be tough too, and it's what it takes. We got to put in our work day in and day out, and it's just going to make us better.
What is it about Joe that makes him the best guard in all of the NFL?
I think it's just the consistency, and sometimes in every position, you always got that one-off kind of unicorny kind of player, and it's just a certain it factor that they have with whether it's a balance of confidence, athletic ability. Just knowing what to do, when to do it, and doing it right. And the best make it look easy, but it's far from easy. And he's just got the respect of so many people around the league, deservedly so. And it's a pleasure to be his teammate.
Grady, I read a couple of things about you as we were knowing that you were going to be coming on with us. Number one, your draft day sounds like it was craziness. I don't know if you look back at it fondly, if you look at it back as a nightmare with what happened with the home. Can you take us through that and how you look back on it?
It's one of them things like, when bad things happen to you in life, when it's not happening to you, somebody always tell you, things happen for a reason, keep pushing at it or whatever. But when you live in it and you really see, how you got to go through hardships and things like that, And you just look back on things, man, and it's cliche, but stuff make you stronger, man, and just show material things, they don't make you. They're here today, going tomorrow. And what you do, with your time and how you rebound with life is that's how you make your story, man, And so a lot of things that are lost in that fire were more like memorabilia stuff from as a playing because it was like in our game room area, the most part of it that happened. So it's like, little league trophies, all your college stuff and awards and stuff and letters, things like this. I can never show my kids, you know what I'm saying? But that go to show, don't fall in love with, just the love and attention. It's the process, you know what I'm saying? What it took to get back, rebuilding that house, what it looked like now, rebuilding a life in Atlanta, where I'm from, being able to come here and build a life. So it gave me the confidence to not, to take risks, the confidence to not be tied down in one place, the confidence to know that it's going to be all right at the end of the day, no matter how it looks. So, but draft day was definitely one to remember, more than just obviously with myself falling in the draft and then the stuff happening with the family. But going to Atlanta in that time was super important to me because, it kept me close to my family and we was able to step up and get back right.
And then I read about the relationship with Ray Lewis, that you call him uncle. Like, how did that happen? How did Ray Lewis become a mentor to you?
So our families are intertwined, through hardships again, right? And without getting too deep in it, but Ray been in my life since I was 5 years old, and like I say, he's just always been uncle to me, man. So I would go train with him, this is just for fun. You got to think 10, 11 years old. I'm working so we just out there getting it. I'm going as hard as I can, but me looking back on it, I'm not even realizing how I'm pushing my mentality to push through pain, to do certain stuff, just to try to hang out with the big dogs. You know what I'm saying? And but as I got good in football and going through high school, spending some breaks and stuff, went through college, and just being around greatness, man. One of the biggest things I did with him, a lot of people don't know this. When I was in Clemson, he did, obviously he's one of the biggest names in the NFL, but he took me on the road with him and did all these talk shows and stuff like that. But, everywhere we went, we stopped working out. We tearing up hotel gyms. People looking like, who are these dudes? We bought the trainer, we bought this and that. And I'm like, well, we putting in work on the road. Don't stop, And so we always do these cool things, but also the work came first. So that's just some mentality stuff that I got from him. And he always check in on me and stuff. But yeah, I definitely appreciate the relationship I have with him, and it's near and dear to me.
And last one, and we appreciate your time and getting to know you a little bit. Waddle, who played for the Bears, looks at Ben Johnson and he calls him a football psychopath, but in a good way, is a flattering way.
With full respect meant.
Is that accurate? Is he a football psycho?
These days, when you super dedicated to a task, you make it a priority, and and you really hone in on things and not try to be this. So you got to lock in if you want to be great. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Super locked in, man. You got a standard that I definitely respect. And if that's what a psycho is, it is what it is. I'd rather be considered that than just a freelance, try to get along with everybody. Love, because we're not gonna get nowhere like that, And the more locked in you stay, the more less bending, and there got to be a standard to uphold to that can be pointed to, and be like, this is the way. And if you can't get it away, get with it. You gotta, these just don't fit in here, and that's okay, because there's somewhere for you to go. But it's also people that's gonna come and be a part of that standard too, and that's what people gotta understand is. There ain't no handouts. And so that's what I appreciate most about him, man, especially in this climate today. So I respect the hell out of Ben Johnson. I love playing for him. And just like everybody else in this building, we always striving just to put our best foot forward.
Crazy in a good way, as I like to say.
That's great.
Yeah.
We love talking to you, Grady. Best of luck here. Enjoy the rest of OTAs and mini camps, and then the rest of the summer. And we can't wait for training camp. We hope this is going to be a special year for all of us.
Yeah. Thanks for your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you, man. Thank y'all for having me on.
You got it. There he is, Grady Jarrett. It was a lot of fun. I remember when he stood up at that podium. I'm like, ooh, fine. This is this is the type of guy that the Bears need.
Yeah.
Especially with everything that went on last year. And now, hopefully he's healthy and he's going to do a lot of great things this
I think when you
season.
sign Grady as a free agent, you trade for Joe Thuney, not only did you acquire very good players to great players, you also brought in guys that you can trust to lead your locker room. And that team needed that. Not only did they need an upgrade at the positions and the talent that was acquired, they also needed that professionalism and they needed that leadership inside their locker room. And I think that they provided that. And you're right. I think Grady, the healthier he got as the season went on, I think you saw the impact he had. But there's no question, he has one of the loudest voices in that locker room.
Couple of observations from OTAs. We're not there today because we have the FAFO show, and with all the cameras, it's more important here to be downtown, but it was great to talk to Grady Jarrett. Mark Carmen from CHGO just tweeted this out. I'm sure Courtney and some others have some observations. He wrote top 3 observations from OTA practice. Xavier Thomas, star of the day, A+. Hauled in a 50-yard plus missile from Caleb down the left sideline, speed. Number 2, Caleb hit on multiple deep shots, including one to DeAndre Swift on a wheel play. So that's good to hear because the deep ball has not always been accurate, and it's only day 1 of OTA. So, but these are they're just fun to hear about. And then he said still too many pre-snap penalties.
Yeah, that'll get cleaned up. You got new guys in the huddle that aren't used to the cadence, aren't used to the play calls, a lot of the stuff. I wouldn't be shocked if some of the procedure penalties were made by guys who haven't been here for very long. You remember when we were leading into the draft, and they had, I think we were all on the same page. They need to help themselves at the line of scrimmage defensively. They need to get some pass rush. They need to do this. We also talked about them finding a speed receiver. Not, with a first-round pick. It turns out that they got their who's the kid in Detroit that
Khalif Raymond.
No. They signed him as a free agent. The other kid who's
Jameson
Williams, who's really developed into an overall good receiver. But his first year and a half or so in the league, that kid could take the top off of anything. I think this kid, Xavier Thomas, is that guy. If you can get him 40 touches, 50 touches, and divide them up between carries, screens, deep, whatever it is, I don't have any doubt that if Ben Johnson drafts you in the 3rd round, he's got plans for you and he knows that you can play. Like everyone in their mother who saw the Bears draft this kid said way overdrafted, wouldn't have been available in the 7th round. Okay, you're paid to be a draft expert. This guy's paid to find guys and get the most out of them. I'm not going to be shocked if Xavier Thomas is one of these guys in the National Football League this year that people really go, wow, didn't realize he could have that much of an impact.
It's this push and pull thing, Waddle, because on one hand, I trust Ben implicitly on offense, especially on offense.
Of course.
As the head coach, his command, and his offense, where he can identify a player. And we were going back and forth on the tight end last year. Yeah. And which tight end would better fit the Bears with 2 at the top. And a lot of people were questioning at first Loveland, and we all saw it develop. And we're like, oh, yeah, Loveland and Ben's offense, that's exactly what they needed. But by drafting him, then you're sort of putting a lot of stock into what they have on defense and saying that's good enough. So, yeah, I totally am with you on Xavier Thomas that he most likely is going to be good.
They're like, we're going to be really effing good on defense or on offense. We're going to hang 35 on people and force you to score 36. We're not yet there yet on defense. We've got some contracts and some guys that we're hoping they're going to develop. If not, we can move on from them after this year. But religion is going to be offense, or offense is going to be religion up there. And I'm not suggesting this is the formula that takes you to the Super Bowl, but it kind of looks like this is their plan. That they are going to be equipped to score as many points as anybody in the league on a week in and week out basis. Whether or not they can keep the opponent out of the end zone, that's the question we don't know.
This is what Demand Dice, is that what it is? Demand Dice and then a capital E. So it looks like Demand Dice. He says Xavier is a more athletic version of Tariq Cohen. Like he's not a running back, but how they use Tariq Cohen as a weapon.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting comp right there.
Yeah, I mean, listen, like you said, the one thing that I will blindly trust is that he can play, because Ben would not have drafted him. And or instructed or encouraged Ryan Poles and his group to draft this kid if they didn't think he could play.
Charlie, I'm not sure if you're looking at this. A couple of people have just said no sound on, no audio right now. You want to double check that to make sure?
Yeah, let's figure this out.
Were we getting sound? Yay or nay? Yay or nay? We could do this since we're only on YouTube. It says there goes the audio. Now no sound. Refresh. It probably it sounds probably YouTube have to restart. So everyone's tweeting in that there is no sound.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
I mean, I got no problem.
Yeah, I know, guys. Like, someone just said, Silvy looking at the computer so he knows. So, where's my camera here? Where's the camera here?
Two shot. Give me a two shot. Yeah, give me a two shot right here.
It has sound, but the stream has restarted many times today. It's back. I got sound.
Fucking technology.
Come on. Charlie, who's in charge over here? Charlie is a one-man band today. Tyler did again.
Yeah, Danny came in and said that he had sound. So
okay, it's working. So
Danny, who?
It says YouTube audio is fine. Twitch audio crapped out. All right. Look, we survive in advance.
What are you gonna do?
You guys can
what
tell
would
that.
Ben Johnson tell you? Just keep grinding.
Yeah.
Work through it.
We did.
Find an answer. Don't make an excuse.
No,
Find an answer.
We could do production.
Just keep yapping.
Yeah.
By the way, as we spent time with Grady, the Sox have advanced their lead to 6-zip, and they continue to find ways to make things happen. It's just they are one of these teams. I don't know if it'll last all season long, but you just feel that A, they make things happen, and B, there's a little when it's hard to describe, but when you have things pointing in the right direction, you get a little bit of wind in your sail, and you run with it, and you just start mauling folks.
Yeah, I believe it or not, I think this may shock you. I played the White Sox today at like minus 140. Like it's not great odds. It's not great value, I should say.
Well,
but I was so confident. I'm like, with Davis Martin on the mound, with them doing what they're doing, I am taking the White Sox today.
And I would say to you, yesterday was their best game of the year. You get the kid in his first start, Sandelin, I think is his name.
Yeah,
What's his name? He throws a gem in his first ever major league start. You scored 15 runs. I think you make the case that that's their best game all season long. They're not this old, veteran team that may take the next day off in some ways. I think you're 100% right. I think yesterday was like a trampoline to even better stuff the next day. And then when you factor in that Davis Martin's on the hill, I think that's a pretty solid play.
Yeah.
And it's paying off.
All right, if you want to talk to us, so we got like lots of things going on today, guys. We just talked to Grady Jarrett. If you missed that, make sure you subscribe to our own show page. You're on the ESPN 1000 Chicago page where all of our live streaming is done. But have you subscribed yet to the Waddle and Silvy page? It's youtube.com/@Waddle and Silvy. We're getting closer, Waddle. I checked in yesterday.
Where are we at?
To the subscriber list. We're on the road to 1 million.
Yeah.
You could say you got in early here and helped us get to 1 million.
Where are we at?
We're at 21,100.
Wow. So we're basically, if we went from the East Coast and our goal is the West Coast, we're still in Passaic, New Jersey. But we're on our way.
Look, every mile counts.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
But we're still on the road.
So subscribe. Let's see if we could push 22 by the end of the show today.
That's good.
Subscribe, youtube.com/@Waddle and Silvy. So if you missed Grady Jarrett, that will be up there a little bit later. Sox are winning 6-1. The Cubs have ended their 10-game losing streak.
How about that?
It looked good early, then it didn't look good with J-Mo giving up the home runs. And then the Cubs, you knew they'd put up 10. Like, you knew that eventually in the game that they would win, they'd put up 10. And they did last night. There is lots going on with the Bears. I want to play some Ben Johnson here in just about 30 seconds. But there is also today a lot of rules stuff being thrown out there. I believe the Board of Governors in the NBA did adopt the new anti-tanking rules for the lottery. We can get into that if we understand that.
Yeah, I don't. You can explain it to me,
Charlie. You try and explain it in a little while, okay? Not that you're not already doing enough producing the show.
He's a one-man band.
One-man band, and Also, MLB countered the offer from the MLBPA, and they have their counteroffer is with a salary cap. What I was shocked by, though, is their floor for the salary cap is at like 147, which I think Jesse said there are 12 teams currently under.
Yeah.
So I like where the floor is. The problem the teams are going to have and that the Player Association is going to have is they put the ceiling at about $250 million, which is, I think there are 7 teams who are currently over that.
Including the Cubs are right there, aren't
Yeah,
they?
I'm sure they'll rationalize if everyone goes up to 150. And even if there's a ceiling at 250, there's many more dollars still being spent on players. But they're like players who have never had a salary cap will obviously not want a salary cap.
They will have to address the issue of deferred money too, right? Because like you could defer money over the course of X number of years. I think Ken Griffey Jr. is still getting paid by the Reds.
Sure.
And
Bobby Bonilla Day, right?
Bobby Bonilla, I don't know if he got his last check. But I don't know if that's something they're going to have to address as well. Maybe that's a way that teams could get. Remember, the vast majority of Shohei's contract is deferred, isn't it? Isn't it most of it deferred money, other than like $750,000 a year or something crazy like that? Most of it is all deferred cash. So there are going to be a lot of issues that they're going to have to address, and I don't see how they're going to find common ground before next season starts.
All right. And then I've got some other fun topics coming your way as well. I want to play you Ben. My nuts are hot again. Like I could listen to him talk about football all day. And like we talked about yesterday about counsel, like Tyler said yesterday, he doesn't care who wins or loses the press conference. I'm not watching a press conference and like judging it from a wins or a loss standpoint. Like I'm just, as a fan, and I think most fans are like this, are happy when you actually learn something about your team or the way your team thinks or the way your team wants to do things. And I think Ben has never been football speak or coach speak.
Substance is what I'm looking for.
He's given you substance. And I think this is a huge, huge thing here with what he said about Luther Burden. This, to me, is the storyline of the day. In the wake of DJ getting traded, Luther coming into his second year with Loveland and then also Rome and then Xavier Thomas and some of the other receivers they have. This is what Ben Johnson said today, and it's a long answer. There are 2 follow-ups in it, but I think it's all important because you could hear Ben. Ben doesn't just compliment guys for complimenting guys. If he feels they suck at practicing, he's going to say, we don't practice like a championship football team. We don't have championship habits.
You're not going to get coach speak.
You're not going to get fluffed. You're not going to be fluffed by Ben. You're going to get honest answers. And I thought that was apparent on Jalen Johnson's answer today, which we'll play, which is the other side of the coin. But this is him talking about Luther Burden, who is entering his second season.
Yeah, I'm buying Luther Burden stock right now. Just how he's approached his offseason. It's been electric. That showed up yesterday. He had numerous explosive plays. I loved how in phase 2 he was finishing every single rep that he took, and that really translated over to yesterday as well. So he's in a really good spot. He's still developing and growing his route tree. Coach L and Isaiah Ford, they've done a phenomenal job with him, just working to develop those things, speed cuts to sharp breaks, releases, things of that nature, and he's been extremely coachable. So I'm really happy with him.
Is this your vision, obviously, when you drafted him, or has he shown you things that surprised you?
Well, I think when we drafted him, we saw an explosive athlete who was really dangerous with the ball in his hands. The question was, how can we get it in his hands? The easy things to do are screens or short throws, but I think there's a lot more to his game that we've worked to unlock, and he's been really receptive to how we can get that done. He ran a route yesterday that was the first time he had ran that route, and he ran it as well as I've been around. So things like that really get you excited as a coach.
How have you seen his route running grow from the day he walked in here last year to when you saw him?
Well, he looks like he's playing at a different speed right now, and you knew he had it in him. He's a 4.4 guy, and yet those time speeds don't always translate to real speed, football speed, the game tape. And so I think we're starting to see that now. He's playing, he's not thinking as much. He knows what we're trying to do. And so you kind of see that with a number of these guys, as I alluded to before, that have been here for a little bit of time now, that the game's slowing down for them and it allows their abilities to come out.
Pretty good,
you
right?
Get aroused?
I'm aroused.
It's all good.
I am fully erect now, guys. Is that TMI for FAFO? I am football.
I'm not a clothes guy.
I am football erect right now.
Well, what's the difference between just normal erect and football erect?
Well, that's with a sexual connotation. I'm
Okay.
just football excited.
Okay.
I have a football boner.
Yeah, how could you not? I mean, I think Luther Burden's talent is obvious. And it's always just been, remember we were watching camp last year, and I always go to the same thing, and I kept saying to you guys, look at Luther. He's hanging out at the water cooler instead of standing around. And I said to you, like, that is not going to play well with the coach. And you remember they screamed at him? And then I think it was Case Keenum came over and pulled him over into the huddle. At the very least, stand around the huddle and listen to the calls and make sure that, yes, absorb all of it. The kid is infinitely talented. It was just whether or not he could find common football ground with the coach and he could meet the coach's expectations. And obviously that question is being answered. Saw the same thing from Loveland, not in terms of how he approached things, but also I think before you find your way and things become second nature to you, you tend to play a little slower than what your God-given gifts are. And Loveland felt that same way early in camp, and then you saw him just blossom, and then he started to play fast. And then, yeah, I think both of those kids are going to be elite talent offensively in this season.
The last time, guys, I heard someone as smart as Ben Johnson say that he's buying stock on a player was Theo Epstein saying he's buying stock on Kyle Schwarber. Remember when Schwarber was down and he goes, look, if you're selling your Kyle Schwarber stock, I am buying it. Yeah. Now, obviously, he believed in him. He drafted him very high. He saw what he did when he came up in 15 and then in 16. And Jed then ultimately was the one who let him go. But you see the greatness now ever since he walked out that door on what he's become. And hopefully, like, it doesn't take Burden that long, but like there's a special quality to Burden. I don't think guys who are smart like Theo or Ben Johnson will just fluff a player for the sake of fluffing.
No.
And like for him to say, like, hey, he could say Luther's improved. Luther's running his routes faster. He is buying stock in Luther Burden.
Well, because Luther is buying into what they're asking him to do. Again, these are OTAs. You don't have to be there. You know what I'm saying? But Luther Burden is there, and not only is he there, he's very receptive to the coaching, and he's doing what's being asked of him. I think one of the best things, about Grady Jarrett is Grady Jarrett's going into his 12th year. Grady Jarrett is there, busting his ass at OTAs.
Compliments
and again,
him.
what I don't want to get to the stage where we're actually, like I always said to my kids, you don't get extra credit for not doing drugs. You're expected to not do drugs. Okay. In my world, you're expected to be at OTAs, but the game has changed over the course of time, and that doesn't always happen. And I would say to anybody in that organization, if OTAs are good enough for Grady Jarrett, they're good enough for you. Whether it's Kyler Gordon, who we hear is there but really isn't participating, he's maybe working through something. Jalen Johnson, who we do hear is there. I'd say it to anyone who was thinking about not being there. And I get it's been collectively bargained. And some guys can just show up on game day or show up in training camp and excel. And if you've got a history of that, fine. If you don't have a history of that, then I would advise you to follow the lead of a guy who's been in the league for a dozen years, and it means something to him. It's important to him. It should be important to you.
Did you hear, too, what Grady said, further explaining why he likes to be in the building as well? He talked about how the trainers then know his body.
That jumped out to me, too.
Yeah,
he said he likes the staff.
Yeah, he wants them to understand how his body works, what his best way to train, and everything like that. And that's my point with Jalen Johnson and Kyler Gordon. Last year, Kyler Gordon and Jalen Johnson were super banged up. Yeah. And they both got hurt on their own time, not in the facility at OTAs or minicamp. This was training on their own way, which they're entitled to do. But after a year of doing that and being hurt, you would think you would learn, look, I got to be in the building.
Yeah.
I got to make sure that I've got the best care possible. And like it's just on. I know, and you've been a champion of this for a while. You think it's so dumb, and I do too, that these players think they're getting something from the league when they're like, look, it's optional. Well, we all know it's not really optional, but they get these days in their contract, in the PA contract,
the collective
bargaining contract, instead of real stuff, instead of health care down the road, instead of fighting hard for not an 18th game, all those other stuff. Instead, they do this horse trading where they think they're actually getting something. When you've already got February off, you've got March off, you've got most of April off. And then they ask you to come in from the end of April to middle of June. Then from middle of June, you got till all the way to the end of July off. Like, there's enough off time. You're not really getting much. I'm all for days off, but still, like, that's not winning collective bargaining. And you're only hurting yourself as a player.
Yes, there's the key, is in most instances, it just puts you behind the 8 ball. And, look, and they would never admit it up at Hallis Hall, but they're keeping score. They know who's there and who's not there in obvious ways, but it also leaves a lasting impression because they're trying to build a culture. So I know that I don't think Montez Sweat is there, is he? I think Montez is one of those guys also that has historically kind of done things on his own. Look, if you can take that approach and be a monster on Sundays, fine. I'm not going to argue with
he
you.
at least plays.
Yes.
Like, he doesn't seem to miss a lot of time.
No, I'm not being critical of it. I'm just saying
Montez?
I still would prefer him.
I prefer they all be there.
Well, why? What is the excuse? Like, again, it's negotiated. So you just may say, look, I'm going to take advantage of everything I get because football is robbing me of my health. But
it's like smoke him if you got him with vacation days.
I guess, but it's like if Grady Jarrett says I need to be here, and he's been like, why wouldn't Montez Sweat want to be there, especially after a good year last year?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I enjoyed being with my teammates. I enjoyed the job. I enjoyed all of that. Not everybody feels the same way about it, and like you said, it's something that they have collectively bargained for. So it's up to them. But I look, I get a feeling that Ben's taking notice of everything.
I got a question about Burden and the wide receivers based off that last answer here in a sec. I want to play while we're on the topic, though, of showing up. This was Ben Johnson on Jalen Johnson. And remember, he could, rave about Jalen if he wanted to, but we were just talking about he doesn't just fluff guys to fluff them.
I haven't heard this. I'm interested to see, to hear his...
Yeah,
his
especially
tone
listen to the end follow-up on this, too. So Dion did a really good job. Dion Miller, our teammate, did a really good job. It was the final question. No one was asking about Jalen Johnson, guys. I don't get that. I think this is one of the biggest stories on the Bears team. He's the second highest paid player. He's coming off an injured season. Yeah. They're looking to improve the secondary.
You just drafted a kid in the 4th round that they're very high on.
And he doesn't have a lot of guaranteed money left, if any, right?
Yeah.
So he's probably going to be asking for a new deal soon. And this was, and he got hurt all last year. He wasn't in the building last offseason. This was Dion, and then the answer from Ben, and then Chris Emma asks a follow-up. Take a listen.
Ben, it was noted last week that Jalen Johnson hadn't come to workouts yet. He is here now.
He's here.
Yeah. How do you kind of evaluate a veteran like that and that football obsession that you look for in a player?
Yeah, well, I mean, voluntary program, so everyone's got different ways they want to go about their business, but I appreciate him being here now with his teammates and getting to know them. We have a lot of new faces in the building, so you can't overstate the importance of that. It's just getting to know your buddy because you're going to lay it out on the line for him on game day, and so that's what we're looking to do right now.
Where is Jalen in terms of that best form that he's been looking for?
The last one? Yeah. Okay. Last one.
Where's Jalen in terms of that best form and best health that he's been looking for?
Jalen? Yeah, he just got here, so I don't know. We'll find out. Thanks, guys.
He was about, I think he asked about best health, or that he's looking for his best health. And he goes, I can't tell you, he just got here. And I should let you know, if you didn't watch or hear the whole press conference, Ben started his opening statement by saying, it's been a great 5.5 weeks in our offseason program. This has been going on for 5.5 weeks. Yeah. And I understand Jalen got married. And I understand that that's a very important time in one's life. But to not be there for 5.5 weeks and to now just show up and Dion asked about football obsession. Easily could have said, look, I'm not worried about Jalen. He's football obsessed. He didn't say any of that.
No, I just compare how he talked, the words he used and how he used them, the tone of them when he was talking about Luther Burden versus what you just heard him say about Jalen Johnson. And you don't really have to express or, use too much energy to try and connect those dots. They're very connectable. So I think it's obvious that it is something that he has, that he's taken notice of, and it probably doesn't sit well with him. And the first thing he says is, listen, this is voluntary. They don't have to be here. So he's making you understand that that's the case. But I think we all kind of agree that if you're not there, Ben's keeping track, so.
Of course, yeah. They want football-obsessed guys.
Yeah.
Exactly the way she said it. That's what they have illustrated. They want guys who live and breathe football.
I'm sure that they feel the same way that I just expressed. Like, if it's good enough for Grady Jarrett, who's been in the league for 12 years, it should be good enough for you. It should be if it's important enough to Grady Jarrett, it should be important enough to you.
Yeah.
So.
It's a great point. All right, if you want to talk Bears or Sox, as they lead 6-1 right now, it's in the 7th inning. If you're looking for that, that's on ESPN 1000 or the ESPN Chicago app. We're on YouTube only until 6 o'clock. We have gone an hour straight with no interruptions. I've got more. You got more? You have to go to the bathroom?
I don't.
Here's my question to the two of you. Charlie and I were throwing this around. If you had to bet right now on the Bears' leading receiver for the 2026 season, who would it be?
We talking yards, catches?
Yeah, yards.
I
mean, like, if you want to designate different things, by all means. I was looking for like yardage total.
Well, I would say
it's tougher than you may think.
Well, I think Luther Burden can be their one. But I think they're going to give, and he plays kind of a different style than Rome. And Rome was having a good run before the injury happened.
And then don't forget Loveland.
No, I know. I think it's likely that Luther has the most yards. I think last year, didn't he average almost 15 yards a catch?
He had one of the highest yards per route run in the NFL. Like, not just among rookies, like in the NFL. Even if you took away that big flea flicker he had, I think he was still really high up that list, too.
You know what I mean? Because last year, I think we all thought Rome. The one thing you have to remember, too, about Rome is, he's not a Ben guy. And I am still very bullish on Rome. I believe that Rome is going to be very good.
Yeah, but you're right.
But he's not one of Ben's guys. In the year that Ben had him, he dropped balls and he was hurt. So, those are two big. Luther's his guy.
Yeah.
DJ wasn't his guy. A year later, even on the heels of getting a new contract, DJ has been traded. So, is it Burden? Is it Loveland, who are two of his guys? Now Xavier Thomas is here. I don't know what he'll do his rookie year. There are other guys, too, who are going to get the football. But is it Rome? Is it Burden? Or is it Loveland?
Do you know who led the team last year in catches?
Last year, who led them in catches? No, not Loveland. I am going to say DJ.
No. Loveland led them in catches and yardage.
So it was Loveland.
Did Rome end up leading them in touchdowns? I know he was leading the NFL for the first half of the season.
Touchdowns, it was Rome had 6, DJ had 6, Colston Loveland had 6.
So, see how even?
Yeah. I see,
I think Loveland will lead them in catches, and I would say just
touchdowns.
I would say Luther will lead them in yardage.
I'm with you, Sylvie. I'm by no means trying to cross off Rome Odunze or anything like that. I still think he's a very good wide receiver, and we've seen a Ben Johnson offense carry 3 1,000-yard receivers. He did it, I think, his last year with Amon-Ra, with Jameson Williams, and with Sam Laporta. But to me, like the talent is so obvious with Burden. Like, it's oozing out of him when he catches the ball. I was watching some of their plays from last season a couple days ago, and it's like he gets the ball and he's just moving at a different quickness and speed than everybody. Like, his ability to just stop on a dime and make a guy miss. Waddle, we talked about, like, it was just a couple routes running an air, but he's running this bender, and like he's somehow speeding up through the route.
Yeah,
it's undeniable what is inside of him.
Yeah, and I think he's still learning. He's learning how to play the game. I would say that he's got the highest ceiling. And again, I'm with you. I in no way, shape, or form would I ever bail on Rome.
He's got a lot of dog in him.
He's a hard worker. He's got size. He's got to improve on his performance last year, because that's one thing as well. If you prove that you're struggling with catching the ball and doing some other things, Ben's going to go the other direction. Ben's going to start targeting other guys. So, I think that they'll continue to spread it out. I don't think that in Detroit they ever had three guys. They had
maybe he had like 800 yards or something.
790 or 800 yards. Laporta did, but I think it's going. There could be some exciting numbers with their receivers.
Tell me if this is fair. Going back to like the Ben guys, and again, not them pejoratively or anything. Rome is more of a Caleb guy. Burden is more of a Ben guy, if that makes sense. Like, I think Rome and Caleb had a really good connection last year. It's just
no
didn't
doubt
sync up when Rome's dropping everything.
Caleb definitely targeted him.
You think about like the 4th and 8. Like, I think he was his emergency valve for a lot of plays last year.
Rome only played 12 games last year, but still led the team with 90 targets. Second was DJ with 85, and then Loveland was 82. Zacchaeus had 65. Luther Burden was only targeted 60 times, but he caught 47 of those 60. His catch percentage of the times that he was targeted was as good as anybody in the NFL. So I think that there's a significant level of trust that was built, especially as the season went on. Colston Loveland had a great catch rate as well. He caught 58 of the 82 balls that were thrown to him. Rome was only 44 catches out of 90 targets. Less than 50% of the balls thrown to him, just under 50% of the balls thrown to him. So
accuracy and hands, those are the two things that they got to improve. Caleb's and Ben talked about Caleb's accuracy. You want to hear that?
Yeah.
There's among the takeaways today. Ben Johnson spoke today up at Hallis Hall, and we played you a couple of things, Burden, and then the stuff about Jalen Johnson. Here's on improving Caleb's efficiency.
Well, I think you get what you emphasize. That's what I've learned in this industry, and ball security takeaway, something we emphasize. We'll continue to emphasize it. That shows up. Completion percentage is something that we're going to emphasize. And so, what did they get when they came into the offensive meeting today? They got the chart of what was our completion percentage yesterday, who had drops, what did our scramble drill look like when those.
Hints of fresh leather, bold new feature.
What's going on?
That Ben just went into hints of
Charlie, we re-edit that.
Yeah.
Was that actually in the bite?
Where'd that come from?
That was a terrible
Charlie's
call by
been
me.
running around with his.
Charlie's a one-man band back there, so cut him some slack, everybody.
Okay, Coach, should we try to see if this one works?
How great is that, though, real quick? How great is that as a football term? You get what you emphasize.
Yeah, I think that's like that in life, isn't it?
Yeah, but it was like Ditka was always famous for different sayings, and one that always stayed with me was you get in life what you're willing to tolerate.
Yes, that's good, too.
So it's just
the
great.
Point of emphasis.
And when he said that when they came in today, they got a breakdown of the completion percentage, drop passes, and all of this other stuff.
On day one of OTAs. I love it.
It's great.
Yesterday was day one. Today was the day that it was open to the media. Here's Ben talking about how this team is hitting the ground running. And this is something that Waddle's been saying, because even though as Ben has emphasized, hey, 2026 is different than 2025, they are starting at a better part.
Yeah, they are.
So this is where the carryover happens.
Yeah, there will be some situations where you're going to build on some of the things that you were able to accomplish last year. So while I get that we start over was, I think, his phrase. And it's a good thought. It's a good coaching thought. But there's a lot that they accomplished that I know they're going to build on.
Here's Ben talking about his team hitting the ground running this year. Then I got a question for everyone in the Twitch or in the YouTube audience, youtube.com/@ESPN1000 Chicago.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's everything. It's the entire team. Just everyone knows what the expectations are in the building, what meetings look like. We talked about that, meetings, walkthrough, practice. It's noticeable to me just one day of OTAs, the guys that were here last year versus the new guys to the program, whether they're rookies or free agents. There's just a different level of, I don't want to say comfort, but they know. They know what it's supposed to look like. And so that's a good thing. That's a good thing. We can kind of hit the ground running a little bit. From an offensive perspective, you certainly see a lot of guys picking up where they left off. And I know our quarterback room's at a different place than it was a year ago. Our route runners certainly feel that way, from how we do routes on air to what it looks like in a team setting. O-line, those coaches do a phenomenal job with those guys. And same thing there. You see that guys aren't thinking quite as much. They're now being able to play faster. Defensively, you see the same thing going on. I feel strongly about how we're coaching them. We went back to the fundamentals on all three levels of our defense, and that showed up yesterday. So we're off to a good start. We'll see what the rest of the way looks like.
More good stuff that you should be happy about.
Absolutely.
But I know when we get there for mini camps and then for the training camp, that there will be a higher degree of expectation for him too. So he will probably get on their ass as well.
Yeah, I mean, his expectation is look, this is year 2. You guys shouldn't be making year 1 mistakes. The terminology is the same as last year. What I'm asking of you is the same as what I was asking last year. So there shouldn't be any newness to any of this. So, that's why I said, it's a good coaching tool to say, hey, we start over fresh, 2026, 2025. There were so many great things that they established as a team that I just know they're going to build on. So, and he talks about some of them. It's really interesting too. I don't know, the whole concept of going back to the fundamentals defensively, how much of a factor that can make with regard to getting the opposing quarterbacks. We're going to find out. That is something that's probably
on the defensive side,
top of my list of, because you must have coached them in technique and emphasized all of the other stuff in the secondary, because those guys took the ball away more than anybody else in the league.
Yeah.
They forced more turnovers than any team in the National Football League. So you must have coached that portion up quite well. What will the coaching or the emphasizing of fundamentals, how will that kind of lead to them being more effective rushing the passer? That's something that interested to see.
Oh, Charlie, I don't know if you caught this by watching the whole press conference. I watched the whole press conference, not live, but I watched it when I got here. Pants off. And the one thing, too, it was a very, very quick answer. But someone asked him, did Dylan Thieneman did Dylan take first-team reps today? And he basically just muttered, no, and then didn't answer anything more. It's pure rookie treatment, right? They love him. Yeah. They're going to make him earn it, though, right? He doesn't get to just line up as the starting safety.
No.
You're bottom of the depth chart and learn your stuff.
He'll be there.
By the end of the year, he'll probably be one of their better players.
Not day one.
Right, just like Loveland and Burden, too.
Yes. Remember how slow now
they were hurt, both of them, too.
Yes, I think Burden missed the vast majority of the offseason program, and then Loveland was still coming back from the shoulder. So they were not physically able to really, play a big role early on. But I think Thieneman will be your starting free safety when the season starts, or a strong safety, or however they're going to play.
Got a good crowd inside our YouTube viewing right now, about 1,200 people. It's been going up and down here. So we appreciate everyone going out of their way to seek us out while the White Sox play. Sox lead 6-2. Make sure you subscribe to the Waddle and Silvy page as well. It's youtube.com/@Waddle and Silvy. Anything you may have missed, like Barstool Big Cat yesterday, or if you missed Joniak later today at 5 o'clock, that will be up on there. Wilbon yesterday had some really good stuff. So it's all right there on our YouTube page. Make sure you subscribe while you're there. Here's what I want to know. I like that. Our Wonkit. Hey, girl. I think that was towards me because I've been a fan of that with my wife watching the reality shows. Hey, girl. I love just shouting that out at my house.
You shout that out at your house?
Hey, girl. Hey, girl. Hey.
How does your wife respond to that?
She's big into that too. Yeah.
Okay. What does she say to you?
She doesn't say hey boy.
Hey
no.
boy.
Sounded like Eddie.
Yeah.
Hey guys. Here's what I want to know from the YouTube chat, because I always try to, I try to interpret it for Waddle, and I still am not sure really what totally goes on in here. Because from what I've gathered here is most people here are not chatters. The chatters are like, I don't know how many. Would you, Charlie, is that accurate? I think he's screening a call. Maybe like it's the minority of the people who actually chat. Many people are just viewing and watching or having us on in the background. And what I want to know is, first of all, the people with the crowns next to their name, what does that mean? So this one guy who keeps getting ripped named Chim Richels has the #1 crown. He is ranked #1, I guess. Does he comment the most? Does that mean? But everyone seems to be ripping him.
Why?
I don't know. And then like there's Benny Hanna, 1013. He's got a crown next to his name in purple, not dark purple, lighter purple. And he's got the crown #3 next to his name. Does that mean that he's ranked 3rd?
Sounds like a rabbit hole that I would not enjoy going down.
One Cold Boy is ranked 2nd. And then so someone explain this. What do these things mean? And here's what I want to know. I'm getting down to the brass tacks with all the chatters. Whose comments should I ignore? Like when someone comments on something that I should take note and say, okay, that's good advice. And then there are other people who just talk to talk, and a lot of people don't seem to like them. Who should I ignore? Who
You're
are the
gonna
ones
have a
that
chat battle in there? You're gonna just
I'm
have
fanning the flames.
Yeah.
I saw this play out too last week. Was last week Whiskey U when I was out with Carmen last Wednesday, I think it was. With the holiday, it seems so long ago. I was out in Arlington Heights with Carmen. It was a great time. I haven't talked about this really on the air. Charlie, I don't know if you know about this either.
I think I do, because I heard Carm's side of it, where he said, guys, we don't have to do this.
Oh, yeah, well, that's another story, too. That's very funny.
I'm pull this car over.
I'm glad you brought that up. Carm so it was at Peggy Canane's in Arlington Heights. The place was wall-to-wall people. Wall-to-wall people, an Irish bar in downtown Arlington Heights. Every other bar and restaurant was empty. The only one that had a big crowd was there for us, for Whiskey U. Carm packs them in.
Yes, he does.
People know what to expect from Whiskey U. It was a very lubed up crowd.
Oh.
Very, very drinky, very, very chatty.
Boy, that's early, too.
But they were all there for us, it seemed. But it wasn't in a private room. We were in a stage in the middle of a bar, so there was a lot going on. There was a lot of chatting, even for the people who were there. Carm a couple of times and Carm's like, Sylvie, don't tell the story. People are not going to want to show up. I'm like, Carm, everyone wants to show up to Whiskey U. You do such a good job. You get free pours.
Amen.
You know, you get some free snacks. You just tip your servers, and it's great. Chauncey's walking around banging his spoon on a glass. Like a wedding speech, like, you know, when someone gets your attention in a speech.
He's trying to get people to quiet down.
And he's trying to get people to quiet down. And then that didn't work. So then he went to get a pan from the kitchen, and he started.
Say pan?
Like a pan. And then he started banging a knife on the pan. And so the noise got louder. And so Carm every now and then would be talking and educating us. And then he'd hear him start going, shh, shh. Sometimes that would work. And then finally, as we know,
Danny and Schomburg was there, and he was all ramped up.
Danny and Schomburg was there, but Danny and Schomburg was the best behaved guy in his group.
Oh, really?
Which is normally not the case. The two guys that he brought, one of the guys was with us in Vegas, completely out of control, and his brother was even more out of control.
Oh, boy.
And his brother was yelling at Carmen and me to do something. He wanted us to start hosting a
radio show,
a bear show or something.
We're like taking calls.
He goes, "Hey, do something." I'm like, "What do you want me to do?"
This is Whiskey U.
He's like, "Wanted you to talk about the sex."
Yeah.
And then Carm finally just lost it. Carmen's like, guys, we're not going to continue if everyone doesn't settle down and quiet down. You're rooting for the other people who do want to listen. And then everyone kind of took note and settled down. I looked at Keith Williams, who's our big boss here, and Keith looked at me, put his hand out, and did the hand slap, like Carm was slapping the hands of everybody there. But the point that I wanted to bring up about this is we have many of our listeners who we've gotten to know, like Danny and Schomburg, we know from many years of going out and about, calls and stuff like that. Lewis and Lyle, as everyone knows, is one of the biggest fans of the radio station.
He goes to all the events.
Goes to all the events. He calls all the time. Yep. We love Lewis and Lyle. P. Crib, who we also love, I didn't know when P. Crib called in, and I think he's here on YouTube. He has a rivalry somehow with Lewis and Lyle, where P. Crib, remember, called into one of our shows and started ripping Lewis, and then Lewis, and he ripped Chase as well. Then Lewis called in. It was fan-on-fan crime.
Sort of like Bleacher Jeff and...
yeah, it's kind of like... Yeah. But these guys know each other, so P. Crib was there. And I'm like, oh, you're P. Crib, because P. Crib always shows up to our Binnies stuff. He's a big IU guy. Very, very friendly. I've never had a problem with P. Crib. Really good guy. A big Pumpkins fan, I think, too. And they hate each other. They won't talk to each other. They're, like, not far away from each other. And you could cut the tension with a knife that Chauncey was using to bang the pan.
So did it get out of hand?
It didn't get out of hand. There was no real confrontation, but there was some...
Everyone needed a little
anxiety
parenting.
Was in the air.
Yeah, you needed a little parenting.
So what I want to know, who are the people in this chat that I need to ignore? Who should I ignore? So help me out here.
Yeah, there's a big Lions fan in there who starts a lot of Jared Goff conversations.
Is that the guy who's always talking about Jared Goff?
I believe
Is he the number one crown guy too? What does that mean, Charlie?
I'm not sure what like his username is or anything like that, but he's definitely got a Lions logo as it. And yeah, most of this chat I feel like is just a Lions sort of side chat, or like it's more like an NFC North actually side chat, because there were some Packer fans in there yesterday, kind of trying to stir the pot a little bit.
So it's basically a vehicle for people just to get on and bitch and moan at each other.
Yes,
get after each other. Really?
There's a lot of trolling too. I would say.
Is there any constructive work being done on that chat?
Well, this one guy keeps ripping the Bears, and then he was ripping you, the same guy, Lions fan. He's like, everything's got to be compared to the Lions. Everything's, oh, sure. Xavier Thomas is being compared to J-Mo.
Well, that's where your coach came from.
Right. He
so to predict the future, you look to the past.
Yes, and the type of players he liked. Yeah. So, all right, help me out there. Let's take a call or two, and then we'll break for Waddle. You got to go piss?
I'll go take a piss.
All right, 312-332-3776. So call the show. Same thing as when we're over the air on the radio. We're just on YouTube and Twitch right now. We appreciate you guys tuning in for this. And you could still call like it's a normal radio show. And if you want to go a little blue, go a little blue. Then I've got a topic for you guys in a little bit as well. Sox still lead 6-2. That game's in the 8th inning, though the Twins are rallying. Was that fair or foul? That was foul. Foul ball. Did you see? Were you laughing when Antonacci made that catch in left field? Was that left? Or is he in center tonight?
No, he's in left.
That kid's a baller. He
finds a way to make plays.
He's a baller. He's the antithesis of what they used to have in their last rebuild. Right? Not enough of those types of players.
He's been really good at the plate, too. I mean, he really has.
He's a good player.
Yeah.
Dave in Wisconsin, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Dave?
Hey, guys. Just to let you know ahead of time so I don't get hammered here, I am a Brewer fan, but I am not a Cub hater. So let's just get that out of the way.
You're all welcome. Look, even if you were a Cub hater, you're still welcome.
Okay. Well, I'll keep it clean.
Don't have to.
You don't have to do that either now.
Your thoughts on the proposed salary cap, because I think it really affects Chicago teams a lot, and Milwaukee. The teams that have a payroll above 245 would be considered in excess of the cap. The Cubs are included in that. Teams have to have a minimum of $171 million And that would be the entire NL Central, by the way, except for the Cubs, which is funny that the Cubs can't win the NL Central despite every team in the NL Central being below what the floor would be. And the White Sox are fourth from the bottom. So just your thoughts on if this would go through, what that would do for White Sox baseball, Brewers baseball, Cubs baseball.
I love the floor. I love that.
I thought you said it was 145.
No, he's right. I think I screwed that up. So Jesse's tweet is breaking. As expected, MLB proposed a hard salary cap to union officials today as part of the next CBA, sources tell ESPN. The salary floor for teams beginning in 2027 would be set at 171.2.
I like that.
And I love that. What I was worried about with the floor is that you would get like this floor of $100 million, where that's not really a floor, because the NFL, really most teams spend. Small mark Green Bay spends just as much as most teams.
I mean, and just for a little, kind of clarity on it, there's a lot of, and you probably know more about this than I do. A lot of the baseball revenue is regional, or it's very specific to the team. There's not like this grand national television revenue pie to split up evenly the way the NFL is. So you can be in Green Bay or you can be in Chicago, but both teams get a check for $400 million the first day of the calendar year, the football season. So it doesn't matter small market, big market. The national revenue, television contract revenue is so big that they share it with all the different 32 teams, so that everyone is on the same plane with regard to salaries. You got a floor and you have a ceiling, but there's no small market, big market.
Yes, exactly.
You know what I mean?
That's exactly what. Yeah,
but because there's like the national revenue pool in baseball is nothing like it is.
Well, what about in NBA too?
Same thing.
Same thing. Oklahoma City could compete with the Knicks,
right?
And they may do that in the finals,
right?
Small market, big market. Memphis could compete,
and it's because of all of the national television revenue that each team shares, regardless of where you're at. Baseball's different. So that's why some of these issues are more
I don't know
important.
if I'm still on or
yeah,
not.
you are. Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
I just have one more question, I guess, or what you think on how a team like the Dodgers, that's at 418.
Yeah, they won't stand for
How are
this.
they going to get below? How are they going to get below that? If that happens in 2027, how do they get their cap? How do they get their salary below that? I mean, some of these contracts that the Dodgers have are for 10 years.
Yeah, I think, and Dave, thanks for the phone call. I would guess that there's going to be a few years to get under, right? The teams will be grandfathered in or something with long-term deals already in existence. There's got to be a way.
How are you going to deal with deferred money as well? Like, that's got to be addressed as well.
Cap.
Yeah. It would have to, because, like, again, I don't know what Ohtani counts against the cap. It's like $2 or $3 million a year, isn't it? But the rest of his money's all deferred.
Do you know who I think is doing cartwheels over this?
Who's doing cartwheels
over and then it won't land on this. There's lots of negotiations that will happen. These are the two initial. I don't know. I think if the Brewers wanted to spend more and felt the need, they feel like they could compete with the way they spend currently because they keep on winning. I'm saying Tom Ricketts. Tom Ricketts is right there already at 245. What is he at, 250?
Yeah, he's right in the neighborhood.
So like Tom Ricketts does not want to be a $400 million team. No. This way, no one will be able to rip him. He'll be at the top of the new salary cap if they do go to a salary cap. And it's exactly where he's comfortable spending already. A guy like Jerry Reinsdorf, I don't know about Ishbia, would probably hate this. Jerry doesn't want to spend $171 million. He hasn't come close to spending $171 million.
It comes down to, as well, the players. The rank and file guys will like this because the minimum spend is $171 million. How many teams currently are below that? Like, I think the Marlins spend like $66 million. That's over $100 million more they have to spend. So the rank and file guys, their average salary is going to go way up. But the superstars, are the true stars? Those are the guys that are going to probably have an issue with this. They don't want a cap.
Right. There are 12 teams that would have to increase their spending.
Right.
12. 8 teams would have to shed payroll.
Which means think about being one of the guys on that team. You want instantaneously, you have to get a massive raise because your team has to get to a certain level of spend. So all of the guys who are making minimum salaries, that minimum number is going to go way up. But what about the guys making 40 or 50 million a year? You can't do that anymore. Think about it. Your baseball roster is 27 guys. I can't have a guy on it making 50 million if the salary cap is 250 million. That guy makes up 20% of my entire salary.
Again, this is going to probably be a long fight. Months and months and months, probably going into next year's spring training at the very least, and maybe baseball season. Here is already MLB's response, MLBPA's response, the Players Association. What do you think they basically said besides fuck off?
We have no interest in a salary cap.
Exactly. Like this, and like it couldn't be more explicit. This is from Jesse. The MLBPA's response in part today's proposal, quote, the owners responded today with a demand for a salary cap system, something generations of players have fought against. The last time the owners made such an explicit push for a cap over 30 years ago, it led to the longest work stoppage in MLB history. For generations, our members have fought against cap systems because they harm players at all levels, erode or eliminate contractual guarantees, pit players against players, lead to more work stoppages, not less, and get worse for players over time. Caps don't lower ticket prices for fans, eliminate tanking, or ensure teams are run with equal competence. They suffocate competition by offering owners an all-purpose excuse for inaction and mediocrity.
It's a non-starter.
Non-starter.
Yeah.
So that's where we are right now.
Think about it too. Like, listen, I said to you just now, if you have a minimum spend of 171, you would think all salaries would go up. I mean, and in theory, you would think that would be the case, unless you still want that key player. You just may have 25% of your entire salary spent on one guy.
Right.
Which isn't competitive.
Right, and that's why the NBA does this max salary thing, which I don't like for players. If you want to spend $100 million on a player, so be it. Yeah. But then you just have to fill out your roster. I think that adds strategy to it.
Yeah.
Why max what the top player can make?
And again, as you said, this is why I'm not sure that they're going to be anywhere close to common ground when this season's over.
Dean downtown. What's up, Dean?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, fellas. It's not the reason I called, but God, I'm glad I wasn't at that Whiskey U. I mean, I would have had to revert back to my old bartending days. I had a maneuver where I would wipe the customer's face down with the bar every now and then, Waddle. I don't get why you have a beef with someone. First of all, let's be honest. Anyone that's in that chat, you're a fucking loser.
No, stop it. That's not true. You're telling me that the people in the chat who are chatting right now are losers because they're chatting.
Every single one of you is a fucking loser. You can suck my asshole.
How dare you?
All right? Anyways, I made a comparison the other day with Carmen and Jurko, and it got lost in translation. I was trying to say that people should like variety in your life. I was trying to make a comparison about the Cubs coming out of a slump and brought it full circle that they got to fuck a fat girl. And you always talk about how you like that Britney Snow and you like Miley Cyrus and Silverman. Newsflash, your wife looks like those women. So it's just bizarre to me. I'm not going to go out searching for a steak tonight when I could eat one for free at my restaurant. But anyways.
Well, wait a minute. Now, don't you think that people have a type? So
Exactly.
it's
That's
not.
When I said it to Hannah, she said that to me, and I was like, I could see your point, but for God's sakes, change it up a little bit. My God.
So you're saying like the fantasy or the famous people that you should look different than someone that you're married to.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you how to fan, but that's just how I
I'm not going to tell you how to fuck is what you're saying.
Yeah. So the other thing I wanted to bring up, you brought this up yesterday in Waddle's World. You tried to accuse Waddle of making something up. You most certainly have gone on the air before and said that you wanted to suck your own cock. So I believe
I have not. Have I said that?
Can I tell you what happened?
Yeah.
So you guys were discussing someone removing an organ or their ribs or some shit. and it was brought up the Marilyn Manson thing, the old wives' tale, and you were like, man, that would be cool if I could try that. I wouldn't mind doing that.
Maybe off the.
You said it, dude.
Our debate, Waddle and I have had this debate. I'll be honest with you. I don't even know if this is too graphic for FAFO. But they do call it fuck around and find out for a reason.
And like I said, if you recreate the dinosaurs, don't be pissed off, folks in the offices over there, if they start to eat the people.
Dean, this goes with the old joke. Remember the old joke about why does a dog lick its balls?
Because it can.
Because it can.
Yeah.
So the question then becomes, if you could, would you?
That's why
I said quickly no.
Some may find this a little unethical, but Downtown Dean does not have a problem with this. Like, if you said you wanted to suck off your family dog, that would be one thing, and I'd be like, okay, that's nuts. You said you wanted to lick your own nuts, so that's fine. It might be a little bizarre, but I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So, the last thing I wanted to say, because it's been bothering me, and I've heard someone bring this before up on Quick Bitch. I called McGrath earlier, and he fucking towed the company, the old Westwood line that they used to give me I'll pass the message along. Fuck you, McGrath. All right, shout out to Mario. Don't give me that bullshit line. I've been around, kid. I've been calling this station when you were dating cheerleaders.
I think this show was. I think this show was made for Dean the caller.
Oh my goodness!
Man.
Where do we start with that one?
I don't know. Oh God, Dean, mean Dean.
We should have a new rule with producers, okay? Especially with the guys who call all the time, whoever they are.
Just put them through.
Or either just put them through or tell them why you don't want to put them on.
Look at Charlie. Charlie's kind of like, I don't think that's a good idea.
Well,
You don't want to let the dragons loose too much.
Well, how about this? How about, we all know when you call the show, and if Tyler or Jack or Shay say to you, I'll pass it along, that's code for we don't want to talk about this, or they don't think we want to talk about this, or you're not making much sense. So they always ask what you want to talk about. I would suggest our producers just say,
you're full of shit.
Or your call sucks.
Yeah.
We're not putting you through.
Danny Zetterman, who used to do this for a long time, who is now our director of content, what was his line to people when
I don't know what it was. We could just call him in.
I think he also went with I'll pass it along.
I'll pass it along is code for it's like if you go.
We're not going to get to this.
It's like if you go up to a woman in a bar and you are interested in them and you ask them for their phone number, you strike up a conversation, then you ask for their phone number and you get from them, oh man, I have a boyfriend. It's really nice of you. And they may not have a boyfriend, but they just use the line. It's convenient for them to get out of giving you their number. Just like for a producer, when they say, I'll pass it along, they're not really passing it along. No. Tyler Aki has yet to pass along anything to me when you have not made it to the air.
Yeah, by the way, guys, I just want you to know that Dean wanted you to, I haven't heard any of that. Or they just tell you, why wouldn't someone just give you a fake number? If you were asking, hey, is there any chance I can get your number?
Isn't that even worse when someone gives a fake number?
I mean, I think it's an easy out, isn't it? Just fake number, make up a fake number. Then you call it.
You may run into that person again, and I think honesty is the best policy.
You wrote it down wrong. I don't know.
Oh, you wrote it.
Maybe we should just start saying, no thanks, and then hang up.
So
no, I don't like that. Sucks.
I'm not interested. Get away from me.
Yeah,
that's harmful.
I appreciate it. I'm not interested.
But you just start booing, like they give you the note. Boo.
What are you not interested in? The puke on my shirt and the drool on my mouth and my hair's all messed up and I smell like Malort. That's not interesting to you. That doesn't interest you. What's wrong with you?
Smelling like Malort. Jeez.
Yeah.
Not a good smell.
What's not interesting?
You're just smelling like vomit.
All right, 312-332-3776 if you want to weigh in. Are we done with the topic too about the dog and the thing?
I mean, unless you
I've
wanna
always just said to people, and this is where Waddle and I lie. Like, you're lying if you tell me you wouldn't try. You're lying.
Not
you're lying.
interested.
If
Not
you use your
interested.
hand,
No.
you would.
There's a difference between your hand and your mouth.
It's all for self-stimulation.
Yeah, I think it just, you know what? I'll stick with the old standby. I'll just go with the hand.
This has been an age-old debate.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not judging you. I don't know why you're judging me. Why do you feel it's necessary to judge me about my stance when I don't give a rat's ass? You want to go after yourself? Go after yourself. You want to look like my dog who's 17 years old? Have at it.
You know I'd be curled up on that bed like a dog. Just sitting.
You wouldn't be. You got to bring that back, Charlie. Charlie, that's got to come back.
All right, this has been an hour and 38 minutes of fun right here.
White Sox about to.
We had Grady Jarrett. We had a conversation about Ben Johnson and what was going on, Major League Baseball salaries. Would you do it like a dog if you had the opportunity?
Didn't he used to play for you, Caratini?
Yes, Caratini. He just got into it, too, with Contreras. Did you see that?
Oh, no.
And I don't think the announcers knew that either, that they both used to be teammates, didn't they? Contreras and Caratini. Wasn't Caratini the backup catcher to Contreras? Good, good backup catcher. Sox lead 6-2. This is in the 9th inning.
This is a guy I would give the baseball to every single time when it's closer out. You know, it's time. It would be great.
Grant Taylor. Yeah,
you can keep Sir Anthony Dominguez. Isn't that his name?
He's your closer, and he's a stud.
Yeah.
Sox win 6-2. They're 2 over 500. Sox fans. They are showing the graphic. The Sox have won 9 out of their last 10 against the Twins. If you want to react to the White Sox, what a year it's been. A glorious day on the South Side.
By the way, Mune hit his 20th home run last night.
Yes.
First time, am I right? First time a rookie has done that before June, hit the 20 home run mark before June ever?
Ever. The price keeps going up. It keeps going up. Like I texted Joe from Obvious Shirts. I don't know if anyone's created this shirt. I am urging him to increase the
shirt
sock
that
stuff.
says if you could lick your own, would you?
Yeah, right.
That one?
I would lick my own balls.
Yeah.
No,
that's just the shirt. I would lick my own balls.
Show me the Mune. Right?
I have to believe that has been used. I mean, it's very catchy.
Because it's double meaning, especially when you want him to be paid. That's his nickname. It sounds like money, and you want to see him. He's can't miss. Show me the Mune. And pay him while you're at it. So that is a shirt I would like Joe to sell on the Obvious Shirts website. I'm here for ideas.
It's an interesting conversation as well going forward with the White Sox.
Yeah.
Because again, I think that, I mean, we've made this point 1,000 times. That contract in large part subsidizes itself. Because of the interest from the Japanese
money well
market.
Spent.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not going to hurt you.
No.
All right, let's do some Waddle's World in about 5 minutes. Stay here. Don't go anywhere. Don't sign off. We got a great crowd in here on YouTube, youtube.com/@ESPN1000 Chicago. If you have not subscribed to our personal page, please do so. We're on the road to 1 million subscribers. You're either in or you're out. You must declare. It's youtube.com/@Waddle and Silvy. Subscribe while you're there.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
If you served in the Vietnam, Gulf War, or post-9/11 eras, you may be eligible for expanded VA benefits. A new law, known as the PACT Act, provides disability compensation, health care, free toxic exposure screenings, and more to veterans who were exposed to toxins during their military service. You can submit a claim for your PACT Act-related benefits now. Claims received by August 10th, 2023 may be paid back to August 10th, 2022. Visit va.gov/PACT to learn more and file your claim.
Sorry, I'm out sick again. I just can't shake this fever.
Spread by mosquito bites, West Nile virus is found in nearly every state across the country.
Elena had another asthma attack. She's really sad to miss school again.
Asthma, a leading chronic illness among children and youth in the U.S., can often be triggered by allergens from household pests. Don't let pests force you to take a sick day. Learn how to protect your family at pestworld.org. A public service message from the National Pest Management Association and the CDC.
At the Y, strength means something different.
It means people of all ages being together. It means you can be swishing the game-winning shot, learning to plie in first position, jabbing, crossing, and hooking a punching bag, canoeing in the lake at summer camp, donating food for your neighbors, watching your son learn about water safety in the pool. 175 years later, there's still no place like this place. Get involved at your Y. Learn more at ymca.org.
Elena had another asthma attack. She's really sad to miss school again.
Asthma can be triggered by allergens from common pests.
I just can't shake this fever.
Mosquito bites can cause West Nile and Zika virus infections.
Sorry, boss. I'm going to be out of work for a while.
The CDC estimates that more than 300,000 Lyme disease cases spread by ticks occur in the U.S. each year. Don't let pests force you to take a sick day. Learn how to protect your family at pestworld.org. A public service message from the National Pest Management Association and the CDC.
Hey drivers, it's Joey Logano, driver to number 22 Discount Tire Ford Mustang Dark Horse in the NASCAR Cup Series. I've got a quick reminder that's essential to keeping you safe on the road. Check your tire pressures. Underinflated tires can fail when you least expect it and cost you more at the pump. Test your tires at least once a month or swing by a local tire retailer for an air check. A little time now can help keep you rolling safely.
A message from the U.S. Tire Manufacturers Association.
When you need them, your local volunteer fire department routinely answers the call. Whether it be a fire, traffic accident, or a cat stuck in a tree, there is always someone there for you. However, because of declines in memberships, departments are becoming understaffed and struggling. Here's how you can help your neighbors and your community. No matter what skills you may possess, you can make a difference. Your local volunteer fire department desperately needs your help. Can you direct traffic? Install a smoke alarm, help at fundraisers? Your community needs you. You don't have to fight fire to be a volunteer. Will you make that difference? Will you answer the call? Brought to you by the National Volunteer Firefighter Recruitment Center, a program service of the Volunteer Firefighter Alliance. For more information on how you can help and make a difference, visit www.nvfrc.org. That's www.nvfrc.org.
I'm Justin Smith, retired sheriff and executive director for the National Sheriff's Association. Criminal networks are stealing billions of dollars through social media, phone calls, and text, posing as people you trust. They pressure and demand money or personal information. Don't fall for it. If something feels wrong, slow down and verify. Hang up, don't click, never send money. If targeted, contact law enforcement. Protect yourself, protect your family.
Learn more at sheriffs.org/stopscams. A public service message from the National Sheriff's Association.
How do you know you're home? At Habitat for Humanity, we believe it's when you find peace, stability, and safety. But 1 in 3 people on Earth woke up today without a good home. Not because of chance, but because of high costs and other very real barriers. A housing crisis this big needs all of us. So let's open the door to opportunity and build a tomorrow where home is possible for everyone. Visit Habitat.org to learn more. Again, that's Habitat.org. Habitat for Humanity. Let's open the door.
There's a world of opportunity out there, beyond the typical 9 to 5, where purpose and grit come together, where the American spirit and ingenuity are welcomed in places that could really use your skills and your experience. We're talking about the Peace Corps. With volunteers living and working in communities around the globe. And it's been called the toughest job you'll ever love. Tough, because it asks so much of you. To dig deeper, get your hands dirty, to go that extra mile, to rise to the occasion and meet challenges head on. And the love part comes from being part of something bigger than yourself, from building bonds that last a lifetime. It's knowing your hard work transformed lives, including your own. After 65 years, the Peace Corps is still the toughest job you'll ever love. Explore opportunities in more than 60 countries. Learn about benefits and apply at peacecorps.gov/serve.
It's that time again. when we venture deep into the great unknown.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
A trip inside the mind of a multi-concussed former Bears wide receiver.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him, and he had an all-time day in the use of smelling salt.
Buckle up, boys and girls.
Tom Waddle, every team wants to have a Tom Waddle. If I had a football team, I'd like to have a Tom Waddle on my team because you draw from that.
It's time to go inside Waddle's world.
Tom Waddle did have to use a lot of smelling salt.
When are we back on Straight and Narrow Radio?
Yeah, we really have to adjust.
About a half hour.
We got a half hour? Okay.
Sox win.
Gear down.
2 over 500.
Davis Martin, what is his ERA now? It was like 165, wasn't it, coming into this game? What did he give up, 1 earned run?
He's a Cy Young candidate right now and a definitive all-star.
With that in mind, you know what time it is?
Ooh, it's Waddle's World time.
It's time for your weekly
Power Rankings?
Major League Baseball Power Rankings for Week 9.
It should be interesting to see where the Cubs went. Now, the Sox went all the way up, I want to say, were they 17 or 16? 14 they were, weren't they?
Last week, they were number 14.
They were 14.
You want to start with the Sox?
Yeah, let's start there.
Charlie, did you peek? Do you know?
No.
Okay. White Sox.
I think they moved up one or two spots. Let me go to 12. Now, you know what? I'm going to go up 1 spot to Ozzie Guillen's number 13.
Number 13. Charlie, what do you got?
I bet they're... I'm going to say 11.
You guys are both significantly too optimistic.
What? Wait a minute. They were just 14. And we're too optimistic they went down?
They stay the same?
15?
You know what? Don't kill the messenger.
I'm not. I'm not mad at you at all.
This is like when Jesse would get, or Kap would get really mad at Jesse.
Yeah.
Are they at 16?
No.
Is that too optimistic?
Too optimistic.
Look.
Are they in the top 20?
Maybe.
18.
They're number 18.
Okay,
This week,
I don't
number
get
18.
this.
Caleb.
What did the White Sox do this week? They just took 2 out of 3 from Minnesota, correct? What did they do over the holiday weekend?
Didn't they just take 3 out of 4 from Minnesota?
Wait, was it 3 out of 4?
Believe so. And then they were on the West Coast over the weekend.
And it was a 2-4 trip, wasn't it? So probably there was a.
They just took 3 out of 4 from the Twins, and they lost 2 out of 3 from the Giants, and 2 out of 3. Is that right, to the Mariners? Does that make sense?
Yeah, they went 2-4 over the West Coast trip.
Yeah. And then came home and won 3 out of 4 against the division team.
I think it's dumb. I think that is, again, Sox fans have every reason to gripe and say that's a lack of respect, a lack of belief. And look, continue to use it as motivation. What does power rankings matter? Like, I love when the Bears get disrespected in the power rankings.
So, next up, your Chicago Cubs.
I think they remained at, or maybe they dropped to 5. Were they 5 last week? What were they?
Last week, the Chicago Cubs found themselves at number 7.
Oh, 7. They are out of the top 10. I'm going to say they're 11th.
Charlie.
I'm going to say they're the Ozzie Guillen. They're 13.
Too pessimistic, both of you.
10.
They are at number 10. After being at number 7, they are currently 30-26 now. My guess is this was put in the was sent to the editor before they won last night. Probably would be the case, but they currently find themselves 4 games over 500 and number 10, just ahead of the Pirates.
Okay.
Would you like to guess the rest of the top 10?
No.
Charlie, would you?
I feel like I'll make a fool of myself.
Well, you know what? That's part of the fun. Jay, any idea who number 1 is?
It's number 1 still the Braves.
Number 1 is the Braves.
It's number 2 the Dodgers.
Number 2 is the Dodgers. Look at you. Go, Charlie.
Brewers.
Go, Charlie.
Number 3 the Yankees.
No.
No.
Brewers?
Nope. It's the team that nobody expected to be as good as they are.
Your Cincinnati Reds.
Definitely not. Tampa Bay Rays are number 3.
I always forget about the Rays.
34-19.
Then the Yankees, then the Brewers.
Brewers, then the Yankees.
Oh, yeah. They deserve it.
Then the Guardians at number 6. And then the Padres. I don't like their team.
Why?
I just don't.
I don't think they like each other.
Yeah, has Tatis hit a home run yet?
I don't think so.
That team would not. If I was a Cub fan, I'd want them. Give me some of them Padres. Number 8's the D-backs. Number 9 is the Phillies, and as I said, the Cubs are 10.
Is this correct? I think this is updated through today. The White Sox 29 and 27 now, with 2 games over, like we talked about.
Yeah, the 2 games over.
Is today the first day since the start of the season that they have reached 0 run differential? Had they done that? They'd been negative all year because of the slow start.
Last night surely helped.
Yeah, and then
15-2 last night.
And then the 4 spot today. So they're at 0 right now. And they're ready to go into plus territory, which is always the sign of good teams. Like, for instance, the Cubs' run differential is only plus 14 compared to the Brewers, who are plus 78.
Pirates are at the bottom of the division at a plus 20.
They're higher than the Cubs.
Well, the Pirates, if Paul Skeens gets down back to getting down and dirty, you may lose the series 3-4 or 3-1. Are you betting your money on Skeens tonight?
No, I stayed away from it. I was in with Carmen where I was going to play the Cubs if they had lost 11 straight because of the value. When I went and opened up Circa, I looked at that and I passed and I bet on the White Sox, even though they were like minus 140.
Skeens hasn't been very good the last couple times out. I don't know what to tell you. Joe Mazzulla won the NBA Coach of the Year. No surprise there, right?
No, that
Nothing was as expected.
He said before it's like a stupid award, though.
I know, but with Jason Tatum's injury,
they did a great job.
The vast majority of the year.
They did a great job in the regular season. I never thought they would lose to Philly in the postseason, but they really did do a good job because of the catastrophic
injury.
injury.
Von Miller is looking to go back to Denver.
That's what I heard the guy say earlier. Well, I mean, that's where he won a Super Bowl where I'm sure he's got franchise records, doesn't he? Or he's top 5, right?
I'm not so sure, but yeah, he's I think he's, what did we say yesterday? 36 years old. But yeah, he did not list the Chicago Bears as one of his desirable destinations.
What do you mean he listed?
Yeah, good.
Well, I think he said that he wants to go back to Denver. So, I would still call him.
Of course.
What do you have to lose? He was Super Bowl MVP. Remember that. Has lobbied the Broncos for a return. I don't know how much you'd have to pay him. I don't think his pressure rate was nearly as high as...
He just got the sacks.
Yeah, he had 9 sacks.
If he didn't sack the quarterback, he didn't really make an impact on pocket.
I don't think so. Did you see? I know you're not a huge tennis fan. But
I saw this Yannick Sinner lost.
Yeah, he was 1 point away from winning. He had a 2-set lead and was up 5-1. And then I believe had issues with cramping and stuff. It was really hot there. He lost, if I wrote this down correctly, lost 18 straight points and ended up losing. He's the number 1 overall seed.
So did he lose or forfeit, or did he back out?
No, I think he lost.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, he definitely ended up losing. But he had issues. He had to leave the court after saying he felt sick, have his condition assessed and his blood pressure taken. When he returned, he lost 3 more games, and the set he ended up losing. So
huge upset, wasn't it? Big money upset.
Number one ranked player in the world.
And I don't think Alcaraz is playing in this tournament.
He's got a wrist injury.
Yeah.
Did you see this? 4-time Stanley Cup champ Claude Lemieux had passed away at the age of 60.
I saw that. I'm like, no way. I was very surprised.
Yeah. They did not say any cause of death, but passed away. Shohei hit a leadoff home run in a game that he started as a pitcher. I think that is so cool. And I believe he threw a no-hitter. 6 innings, no hits. He did give up an earned run. Is that because of 3 walks and maybe a sacrifice fly? But he went 6 innings, no hits, 1 earned run, had 4 walks. His ERA is now .82, but he led off the game with a home run.
Who is more of a unicorn? Is it Shohei or is it Wemby?
I think it's still Shohei.
Yeah, I would
Just
say
because of
still,
how
yeah.
The fact
he's
that
dominant at both.
He's
Like,
an elite pitcher and an elite hitter.
He has not hit nearly as well so far.
His
this
track
year.
record is an elite hitter.
That is
It's
true.
like-
I will give you that. But I would say Shohei. I mean, literally, I'm going to the pitching stats right now. ERA, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he doesn't qualify because he doesn't have enough innings. But he's got an ERA of .82. Maybe he's not listed because right now Christopher Sanchez from the Phillies leads all of Major League Baseball with 1.47 ERA. But Shohei is just, it's crazy. Totally crazy. What else did I have for you? Oh, speaking of Wemby, tonight, Game 6.
I'm excited.
Yeah?
I
Do you
am.
have any predictions?
I really like the first thing that I think of when you ask me about a prediction is I have no clue what's going to happen. Like I could, if you told me Oklahoma City they took the life out of them in the last game and Wemby's out of gas and they go into San Antonio and win by 17 tonight,
yeah.
I could see that happening. I could also see Wemby putting up 35 and 20 and carrying them to a Game 7.
What's more likely, though? What would you say? You had to put your money down on OKC
I think
or San Antonio?
that San Antonio is young and tired, and Oklahoma City just imposes their will and closes it out.
That's what I would say.
But I don't have a strong conviction to that.
Really not a ton of nonsense. I've got a story here from Nebraska. Dog shoots a woman at a convenience store. Police are investigating an odd shooting. A dog is accused of pulling the trigger, injuring a woman.
Mm-hmm.
It was a BB gun.
You used to play with BB guns, didn't you?
Yeah. I actually had like a BB gun handgun. My mom and dad were not aware that I
quick
had
draw?
it. No, but like my brother used to shoot me with, like, he would take it and he'd shoot me and just randomly with it.
Airsoft guns were a really big thing when I was a kid. We
It
didn't really have
hurt.
BB guns, we had
BBs
airsoft.
hurt. BB guns
I
hurt.
people would shoot windows out. People would shoot squirrels, like
Birds off of wires.
Yeah, like the kids with the BB guns, like they were renegades in our neighborhood. The Skokie Renegades.
Yeah. Well, it says here, police are investigating an odd shooting. A dog is accused of pulling the trigger, injuring a woman. Initially, police in Scottsbluff, Nebraska, were told on May 23rd that the person was shot by a BB gun, but then officers were told it was actually a shotgun. When they arrived, they found a truck with an attached camper. The truck's passenger side door had damage consistent with a shotgun being fired. Police discovered that the truck's driver arrived at the store, left the dog in the back seat. The animal moved from one side of the truck to the other and hit the shotgun's trigger. A cartridge had been in the weapon and it fired, hitting the woman who was stopped at a nearby traffic light. Oh, no. That's crazy. Don't let your dog around armed guns. This is a story from a few days ago. A British court sentenced a truck driver to prison for smuggling 7 million pounds worth of cocaine and a shipment of underwear and clothing from Skims, which is Kim Kardashian's shapewear brand.
How many pounds?
It says
700?
7 million pounds worth. That's like in the currency, the British currency, 7 million pounds. It's about $9.4 million worth of cocaine, not the measurement in terms of the weight, actually the cost of it. About $9 million worth of cocaine. Booger sugar was being shipped in an underwear truck or shipment. When Tyler's not around and handing you, I don't know what sites he goes to, but there's some really crazy stuff.
Is there less crazy today?
There's no crazy today, yeah. Denver has a plan to heat and cool their buildings using sewage.
Don't care.
That's not really interesting.
No, not at all.
Who
pulled that, Charlie? Was that you?
No, Charlie did. This is all from older stuff. That's really all the nonsense that I have for you today. I mean, some days you're awash with shitty stories, and then other days there's nothing. So you can't force it.
Let's keep it here until we have to break after the White Sox postgame ends. Charlie, what is the situation? Are we able to take calls during White Sox postgame, or do we, with the double shows going on, Sox postgames going on now, they just won 6-2. And then we're on YouTube, youtube.com/@ESPN1000 Chicago. Make sure you subscribe to our own page, which is youtube.com/ /@Waddle and Silvy. But do we have to wait until Sox post?
So just in case the wires get crossed a little bit here, because both these phones are connected to the same.
I would suggest that anybody didn't get a chance to watch our interview with Grady Jarrett, if you're interested in Bears stuff right now. Access that afterwards.
He's a good guy to talk to, and he gave you a good pulse of the team, of what's going on there in OTAs.
Definitely a fan of the vibe, that's for sure.
Here's a topic that I'd like to do today. I think it was Tyler who brought this up yesterday or 2 days ago. Munetaka Murakami again, 20 home runs, quickest to 20 for a rookie in baseball history. We were asking the question of who are the most watchable guys.
By the way, real
in
quick,
Chicago sports.
Do you see? I don't mean to interrupt. You see what's above
Yes, you
his shoulder?
New Balance shoe,
No,
a
what's
lacrosse
that? No.
paddle.
No,
Is
what's
that a
the
cup?
other-
Is
yeah,
that a
that's
cup?
a cup.
Or is that a lacrosse?
I think that's a cup. What do you mean it's a lacrosse thing?
I thought it looked like a lacrosse.
What? Just the end of the
He's
lacrosse thing?
He's got.
It's a cup on his shelf.
We're watching CHSN, and he's got like a shelf, a display shelf. Will Venable does, and he's being interviewed by Brooke Fletcher.
And there's a cup on the shelf.
Well,
about
so
shoulder high.
It's like an elf on the shelf.
Like it is a display. It's a display on. There are 3 rows of display shelves.
Yeah, there's some great pictures.
On the top shelf is a bunch of framed Sports Illustrateds. It look like.
Yeah.
On the middle shelf, you have a New Balance cleat. You have a baseball bat. You have a helmet
And a
then
cup.
And a cup. Like not a drinking cup.
That?
A baseball cup.
Yeah. Thought that was interesting.
He should do a bit now and put different weird stuff on that shelf for every win.
Yeah.
And you have to identify like what is
catch your eye.
What's on
like,
the shelf?
Where's Waldo? Just like where's Waldo? It was a cup this time.
What do you think it is? Like we should text a White Sox PR and just say, hey, we want to know, we're on the air. What is the cup? What is Venable? Is that a special cup? Did he wear that like to his first win as a major league manager? And
why is the cup on the shelf?
Yeah, why are you displaying a cup?
Do you think it may be just a joke that maybe a cameraman played?
Don't know. Does he even know
Jeff
it's
Weir
up there?
from Fox would definitely do that.
Yeah, like does he even know it's there? Would he not even spot it?
Not sure.
And you sniffed it out right away.
Well, I can always sniff out Anyway, I saw that interview the other day, and I did not notice the cup.
Oh, you did? So
yeah.
he was in the same spot by the display shelf?
Oh, yeah. I think it's kind of standard. And I did not notice the cup at that time.
Anybody else? Let me see if there's anybody helpful in the chat right now.
That's an interesting.
That knows about. Let's see. Is Amon-Ra still in the league? And that's the 5th last comment. Yeah. He's joking because they're busting balls with the Detroit fans. Oh, here's one. Commemorates his first shot in the nuts. Then Erica says, Caleb is your daddy. D.A. Steely.
Are they really going back and forth having football arguments?
This is what happens. Most of the comments are unrelated to the show.
It's very different than the Twitch chat, where the Twitch chat is this like symbiotic relationship with the station, and this is just kind of this is like a vehicle for Detroit Lions commentary.
This is like Lollapalooza of a show, right? Like people just congregate here. They're not even watching the act. They're just talking, drinking, and having a good time.
D.A. Steely says Antonacci probably put the cup there. Like maybe is he pulling a prank? Slimbo Boogie says Ben J on Burden. How he approached his offseason is electric. Showed up yesterday, numerous explosive plays. Phase 2 finishing every rep that he took. So
you think Davis Martin's got an event he's going to? Because he's got a nice dress shirt and a suit coat on. Is that it almost looks like a tuxedo. Maybe not. Yeah, he's dressed. He's all dressed up.
Are they heading out of town or are they still in town? What's the next White Sox game?
They are next Tigers at home.
Yeah, they got Detroit.
So why? I
don't know. Maybe he's got an event.
Maybe he's got an event. Maybe he's heading to Chicago.
Maybe he's being honored as the Major League Baseball Pitcher of the Month.
He is. He's got a sport coat on and a nice Nice button-down white shirt.
Today. I'm very observant.
It's about
Yes.
damn time.
Yeah.
For 19 years.
Yeah, instead of keeping my head
For
in the
you
sand.
to observe something, yeah.
Got my head on a swivel right now. He's a handsome lad, too. He really is.
He's got it all.
Not only he's a great pitcher. He's
Davis
a handsome
Martin,
lad.
yeah.
I'm trying to think who he looks like a little bit. Who does he look like a little bit? Like a mix of Eddie O and who's the basketball announcer? Tim. God, why am
Tim Legler?
Yeah,
I see the legs.
I
don't see the legs.
I see a little bit of leg.
Yeah.
No, he's got dark, long hair.
Well, I know.
And a goatee.
Yeah, but I'm like,
how am I supposed to see Tim
doesn't
Legler
match
in a
his
guy with long,
facial
dark hair?
Facial features, he's got dark hair.
They've fully buried any idea of trading him at this point, correct?
Yeah, I mean, look,
it was such a hot topic only a few weeks ago.
And I brought up a few weeks ago thinking that if you think that he is pitching above his pay grade and is going to, but maybe, and you got to start thinking to yourself, maybe this is who he is now.
Eventually, you just have a really good pitcher.
He's developing, yeah.
His ERA now, as of today, is 2. Remember, he gave up 4 earned runs in his last start against
He had 1 earned run in
Giants.
6 innings today, just 2 hits, 5 strikeouts, 2 walks. He's already got his career high 8th win. He's already, not that wins are the big measuring stick anymore, but what did you say the ERA is? 2?
2
and even
flat.
2?
That's
That's
even 2, and that's
rare.
after he gave up 4 runs in San Francisco in his last start.
So here's my question to you guys. Do you want to do this as a draft, or do you want to do this as a build your own topic and just get suggestions once we could take calls? What are the best moves in Chicago sports in the last 5 years? If I just gave you the blanket topic. The best moves in Chicago sports. And I was thinking about it because I had Murakami on the brain. The White Sox got Murakami for 2 years, $34 million. That's one of the top 10 moves.
It's hiring a Ben Johnson.
That's number one.
For me, it is.
Because I was thinking Caleb could be in there, drafting Caleb
Just
number
the trade
1.
to get that pick in general, I think, was a really...
I think
it was like a franchise
and
foundation.
The trade itself, I think, is even bigger than
you don't
Ben.
get all those DJ Moore plays. You don't get that walk-off time. I mean, you might, but DJ Moore is forever etched in this Bears-Packers rivalry, and you got him because of that trade.
And let's face it, I give Ryan Poles a ton of credit for it, but there's a lot of good fortune attached 100%. To it, which is fine. Sometimes it's better to be fortunate than good.
Well, think about it this way, too. There's fortune about taking Ben Johnson, because if the Bears would have fired Eberflus when we wanted them to fire Eberflus, Ben Johnson was probably not going to take a job the year before. He didn't the Washington job. I don't know if the Bears were interested, if he would have wanted it, or if the Bears would have believed in him with one less year of experience in Detroit. So, it ended up working that the Bears went one more year with Eberflus because then the timeline matched up to get Ben.
Yeah, so I would. It's fine. You could convince me that that trade was 1, but Ben is 1A, 1, or 2, quick behind it.
I say that right, by the way, don't I? It's 1 and 1A. Yeah. It's not 1A and 1B, as a lot of other people I hear say it all the time. 1A. It's 1 and 1A.
I know. I'm fine with that. Yeah, that works.
That's how the expression goes, correct?
So, yeah.
Charlie, what do you think? It's 1 and 1A, not 1A and 1B, is it?
Well, on an airplane, it's 1A and 1B, but not in.
What are you talking about? The seat assignments?
Yeah, but that's about it.
I always figure 1A, 1B, but I feel like Sylvie probably grammatically or whatever is correct.
What did they do? You're a horse racing guy, because I remember where I first saw it. And if someone had, what was it where would have?
Well, if they're coupled, you get 1A and 1B.
So it is 1A and 1B. It's not 1 and 1A.
No, it's 1A and 1B.
1A, 1B.
Yeah, but you get them both as 1. So that's convoluting the conversation.
Okay, so I think
I'm good with 1 and 1A.
Because that's what I always say. Yeah. So, I wonder how a draft would go. The best moves in Chicago sports. Bedard, number 1 pick. Pretty obvious, but they took him. You know, the Murakami signing is up there. It's got to be high. I'm sure there are a lot of other signings.
To me, like I always
wasn't the Bedard decision. Again, you get credit for it, but it was a no-brainer, wasn't it?
Same with Caleb, sort of. Like,
yeah.
I mean,
I think in hindsight,
there were probably more people willing to draft someone first other than Caleb than there were Bedard.
I think in hindsight, it became clear very early in the process that Caleb was the guy, and I think Caleb was the Bears guy, and I think that made it just that he was the presumptive number one and like the obvious generational number one pick. But I think to your point, Waddle, I bet there were more teams that had him as, you know, the second or third best guy, whereas Bedard, I think there wasn't a person who probably had him as anything other than
either way,
one.
you still have to execute the decision. You got to make the pick, you know, so you do get credit for it. Boy, I'm thinking outside of just having the number one overall selection and that being your decision. Murakami is a guy that obviously the Sox
drafting Loveland has got to be high up there.
That's a good one.
Drafting Burden has to be up there. He was a second-round pick. Like, they're very Bears stuff. I'm trying to think, like, Cubs-wise. Here's another aspect as I was thinking about this. How far down would you go to have to say signing Craig Counsell as your manager? You know what I mean? Like, I think that's pretty far down the list, isn't it? Of the best moves in Chicago sports, it could be anything. Should we load up the phone lines? Can we start loading up the phone lines with us?
Firing AK?
Yeah.
Firing Eberflus? Firing Eberflus in the middle of the season? What are the best moves in Chicago sports in the last 5 years? 312-332-3776. Charlie, we're going to break, and then we'll be everywhere when we return.
Correct.
So if you're in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@ESPN1000 Chicago, same thing, except it will be censored, not uncensored.
Yeah. Watch your mouth.
So if you call, we got to watch our mouth. We got to watch our mouth as well. We'll still be there, but we're going to be on ESPN 1000 on your drive home, 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app. Check it all out and make sure you subscribe to our show page, which is youtube.com/@Waddle and Silvy.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
Where does your generosity to mercy ships go? To a small village in Sierra Leone, to the eyes of a mother, to an operating room, the healing, the anxious wait, until finally, a beautiful smile. To a port in Madagascar, into the hands of a surgeon, to the eyes of the MRI technician, the scalpel, the monitor, the post-op, and finally, a mirror. A tumor removed, replaced by tears of joy. To a small fishing village in Africa, to the hopes of a boy, to his dreams of playing soccer, to the hands of a surgeon, the long recovery, until one day, the joy of finally being part of the team. Where does your generosity go? Wherever mercy does.
A message from Joshua Jackson, actor and Fair Volunteer Ambassador.
Food allergy is a serious, life-threatening disease that impacts over 33 million Americans. When your immune system sees certain food proteins as a threat, every bite matters. But here's the good news. There have been advancements in the treatment of food allergies, and with one voice, we can create better awareness. Because in the FAIR community, the disease doesn't own us. We own our journey. Talk to an allergist to understand your options. Visit foodallergy.org/empower to learn more.
Hi, human. I'm a micro monster swimming around in your plastic water bottle. But I can't wait to swim in your bloodstream soon.
Microplastics are micro monsters.
Drink me. Wait, what are you doing?
But you can fight back by using glass or metal reusable water bottles.
No!
Don't let microplastic micro monsters invade your body. Find more ways to fight back at stopmicromonsters.org.
A message from Joshua Jackson, actor and Fair Volunteer Ambassador.
Food allergy is a serious, life-threatening disease that impacts over 33 million Americans. When your immune system sees certain food proteins as a threat, every bite matters. But here's the good news. There have been advancements in the treatment of food allergies, and with one voice, we can create better awareness. Because in the FAIR community, the disease doesn't own us. We own our journey. Talk to an allergist to understand your options. Visit foodallergy.org/empower to learn more.
Waddle and Silvy are back. Follow the show on Twitter @Waddle and Silvy and @TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
It's Thursday's the day before Friday.
Waddle. He gets around pretty good. He finds his favorite target on this play, Tom Waddle, for a 30-yard gain.
I'm tired of the hand-holding.
Silvy.
Mark Silverman is the co-host of Silvy and Waddle.
34 years since the Bears last won the Super Bowl. That's sweetness.
Oh, it is. That's Walter Payton's number?
Walter Payton's number.
Thanks.
Bring gas.
This is
I want to talk about the Bears back.
Waddle and Silvy.
Love these guys.
That's right. Ben spoke today, a matter of fact. And we're on the air everywhere. Thanks to everyone who always heads to our YouTube page, whether it is to just check out the YouTube-only show, which we call the FAFO show, and now we can't tell you what the acronym stands for.
Nope.
F around and find out.
Yeah.
Or you just, that's your normal way of consuming the show. You could watch us. We have multiple cameras in here. Really cool setup these days. So thank you for joining us there. We're now on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app. The Sox win once again. They win the series against the Twins, 6-2 today. Just a perfect day out at the ballpark weather-wise and the way they've played. Sox really have put together these last couple of days, last night into today, like as well played of baseball games as you can get.
Decisive victories.
Yeah, it was truly their most decisive win yesterday. And then today, like Davis Martin continues to do what he's been doing all year, maybe becoming a real big core piece going forward, even at the age of 29, and he's controlled for a lot of years. And the White Sox continue to get timely hitting, just really great hustle as well. Like you were just noticing during the game, like a diving catch from Antonacci. There was a play at the wall in right field as well. They just are doing pretty much everything you hope a young club who is trying to establish themselves would hope to do.
And by the way, another Randall Grichuk base clearing double today?
Down the right field line?
Yeah.
Opposite field, down the right field line?
How about those White Sox?
How about, well, Hannah, you should be thrilled. Like, I say, absolutely do not run from being excited. If you're a Sox fan, you're leaving the ballpark. If you're a Sox fan who is listening to our great broadcast with Len and DJ and Meller on the post-game show, you have been through so much. And, you know, through all of it, we've been the afternoon show. We've had many calls through the rebuild and through the really bad year of people being pissed off constantly, and rightfully so. And now's the time it's fun again. And these are the best times when they're fun like this. We've always said that, and if you want to weigh in.
These are the times to remember.
The times that will not last forever.
Well done, yeah.
Billy Joel, right?
That is correct. Well done.
That's one of my favorites, too. It's a ballad.
Yeah, it is a ballad.
It's very sentimental.
Big ballad guy, huh?
You get those a lot at, like, at parties, weddings, right? Like birthday parties, someone's 60th birthday party with all the pictures of the past flooding through. These are the times to remember.
Is it the days? These are the days to remember?
These are the days to hold on to.
Okay, there you go. Good.
I think.
Well done. I don't know. Good Billy Joel song. I'd go see Billy Joel.
I've never seen Billy Joel.
We are a late 80s Billy Joel cover band, Uptown Girl.
That's from Step Brothers?
Step Brothers.
At the wine mixer?
Wine mixer. One of the best underrated scenes of recent movie history.
So if you want to talk about the White Sox, if you want to have the leftover stuff about I don't think this is leftover stuff either. I think the Munetaka Murakami conversation and the salary continues to get amped up. The more he continues to hit as far as home runs, He is Kyle Schwarber reincarnated.
Carm did a great job, as always, with all the analytics approach. Like, there are no warning signs that this is going to be just a smaller sample size of elite performance. That all of the specific analytics tell you that the hard hit is there, that just all of the stuff, all of Carm's
the analytics,
stuff
right,
point you to that this is something that will last.
It's not ballpark friendly. It's
Correct.
just, it's pure power.
Yes.
All the time. And this is a guy, if you don't know about his history, I want to say he set the single season home run record in Japan before he came here. But the book on him, where all the scouts dropped the ball, was velocity. Yes. They didn't think he could hit velocity. And it's been explained. Connor's done it with us a couple of times. Meller's done it. Len and DJ have done it on the broadcast, where a lot of people just thought, they don't have as much velocity over in Japan as they do here. So, like, yes, they scouted him on that, but it wasn't this all of a sudden, like, you didn't see that velocity every game.
Right.
So now that it's here, he is exactly the hitter that he was over in Japan.
Yes.
High on base, high home runs.
He is Schwarber. I mean, you're going to have a lot. You're going to lead the league in strikeouts. You're going to have a high walk rate. You're going to hit a ton of home runs.
And he's very dangerous.
Yes.
Very, very dangerous. And what do you pay him now? And that's been the conversation, because when this started, hey, could you pay him what they paid Schwarber? And he's younger. He's 26 years old.
Schwarber's 5 for 150.
5 for 150. And then now when does he price himself out of that? Where, like, they were talking today about $300 million deals.
There's no way Jerry's signing anyone to a $300 million deal.
Even with Ishbia.
No chance. Now, that may be different, but as long as Jerry's in charge, I think it would be highly unlikely.
What if Ishbia says, look, I'm putting the resources in, and I'm going to reap the benefits of it by taking this and this?
Then that would be the only way that I would see that.
And I'll
that
cry
would get
tears
done.
of joy.
Yeah. And you know what? That may be the case.
I mean, do you want him ahead as a Sox fan? And this is a question for all Sox fans. Do you want them to pounce now? Because for every day that goes by and the 20 home runs become 30 maybe before July 15th.
100%.
And then it's 40, in mid-August. And then he's approaching by the end of the season in the 50s. If this continues, that price is only going to go up into his free agent year, which is next year.
Listen, I was one that was like, look, there's no rush. Just let it breathe. And if you get, a week or two before the All-Star break, start to talk. We've seen I said that a month ago. We've seen another entire month of him doing exactly what he did the month before. And I mean, maybe there'll be a slight regression. But like I said, all of the analytics tell you that this is not a fluke, that he's not just running into things, that this is who he is. So, yeah, I mean, I'm probably today much more willing to go ahead and do it now than I was a month ago. But I don't know. Maybe I would be shocked if there haven't been at least some surface conversations between the two.
The Cubs finally ended their 10-game losing streak. They won decisively yesterday. We'll see what they do. The Skeens game is tonight. When is that? A 5:40 first pitch, I believe?
5:40, yeah.
So before the Cubs start, if you want to get in and talk some Cubs and what you think, how they're going to bounce back.
How do you feel today? You feel any different today than you did yesterday?
I don't know now, truthfully, what to expect for the Cubs going forward. Like, will they now rebound and become the playoff 90-win team that we thought they – like, that's what I think.
All better?
I don't know about all better. They're going to be chasing the Brewers. It's going to be hard to overtake the Brewers. They turn this thing from down 5 games to up 6 in the loss column pretty quickly.
Last 2 times out, Paul Skeens has been touched for 4 earned runs and 5 earned runs.
So I would think he's due now for one of his one-run games.
Got to get right offensive plan.
Yeah.
Every starter, I think, other than Mo Baller, who was then pinch hit for, I think had at least 1 hit.
Hap broke out of it.
Signed to life for Ian Happ.
Ian Happ.
Doesn't he always hit the ball well in Pittsburgh, or is that Cincinnati?
No, Pittsburgh, yes.
I know he's from Pittsburgh.
He's from Pittsburgh, and he went to Cincinnati.
Yes.
So I think that's where the crossover is.
So if you want to talk Cubs, both baseball teams, there's also been a proposal from MLB today about a salary cap. So yesterday, the MLBPA put in their first offer, in case you're not really in tune with this, the collective bargaining agreement in baseball ends at the end of the year. A lot of people think there's going to be a long negotiation. They started the negotiation in the last 24 hours. Yesterday, MLBPA, what was it, a floor and a luxury tax. They put in a floor and they put in a luxury tax. Today, MLB countered by saying, here's the floor, which is quite high, actually, at $174 million.
Which was higher than what did the owners say? Or didn't you say that, what was the $140 million number that came from? Where did that
I just misspoke.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah. So $174 million is where they're proposing the floor to be, but they're proposing the ceiling to be just shy of 250. So 8 teams are above 250 million. The Players Association have already responded by saying this is a non-starter. We have fought for decades about a salary cap, and we will continue to fight a salary cap. A salary cap is something we don't want to talk about.
You said 170,000?
170 million.
Yeah, 170 million.
174, isn't it?
174. Okay, so that would mean over 16 teams, I believe, are underneath that.
16? I thought Jesse said like 12.
This is, unless I'm doing my math right, it goes like, yeah, I mean, the Angels are there, the Orioles are there. There's like good teams in there. The Brewers, the White Sox are obviously in there, but this, yeah.
Like I
got is it Spot Track, whatever it is? According to them, and it's listed as total payroll allocations for 2026, and you said the number's 174, half the teams are below that. Half the teams are below 174.
Now I screwed. 171.2.
Okay,
I'm going off of memory here.
Okay. Even
We're
that,
close, though.
even that.
171.2.
I have the Angels at almost 173 million. They're 15th in all of Major League Baseball. So half of the teams.
What is Tampa at?
Tampa's at 103 million.
So what would they say, Tampa, who is in first place?
Why do I need to spend 170 when I can spend 100 and still be in first?
Right. I'm in first place. What
Same
would the
with Milwaukee, yeah.
What would the Brewers say?
The Brewers are 128. You know what I would tell them if I was part of this thing? I'd say, if in fact you feel that way, sell the team, because what we're trying to get is
they're good. But sell the team, but they are good. Their method is working.
Are we gonna? I get it, but are we gonna fix this? Or are we not gonna fix this?
I don't know if we're gonna fix it. I don't know if we're ever gonna fix the inequality.
Well, there's got to be a floor.
Well, right. I am like luxury tax. I could understand if you keep that. I would think the floor is going to go down drastically. I would think that they
down from 170, whatever,
171.
It seems high.
That they put that out there to make it look more glorious, more of a cool offer than what it. I would guess that luxury tax would have to be much higher. But and like whether it goes down to 140 or 150.
Currently, using Spot Track again, the number one team in total payroll is the Mets at 335 million. The bottom is Miami at almost 79 million. That is an ocean between the high and the low.
Yeah,
and you got to find a way to come closer than where they're at. I don't know how close you'll get, but.
It's completely untenable.
The point is there's no way to please everybody in this scenario. Like, again, in the NFL, every team gets a check for $400 million before anything starts. You've already covered all of your players' salaries and probably everyone on your staff. You're starting in the black because of the enormous television revenue that exists. That's apples. This is oranges. I don't know how you get to a tenable.
It's going to, and I think the point of that, and I think you're accurate, is you may not get to a tenable agreement for a long, long time.
Yes.
Like, no one's going to negotiate now. Who's going to negotiate now other than to say no? We know about the deadlines brewing action. When we're in the middle of a baseball season right now, no one's going to, compromise. Why would you compromise now? The only time, and owners are going to, they've got the money, they're going to hope, as soon as game checks are lost, that they have more of the means than the Players Association. They hope the players are going to cave.
Well, and the story here is, like, there is convolution when it comes to the upper teams when you talk about deferred salary. Because when you look at how they even quantify what Shohei makes, they have him listed as $28 million. They have his base salary in another column is $70 million.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Isn't it 70?
But he's only counting as $28 million. There's
Kyle Tucker counts as $1 million right now.
Yes, because they've deferred. How in the world do you find common ground when you've got such a distance?
What's the win for the player to get the deferred money? That they're paying you more than anybody, but I'm still going to eventually. What's? I know for the team what it is, but why do players accept the deferred money?
I mean,
you're the financial guy here.
I would want my money, all of it now.
Because and then you invest it.
Yeah, as opposed to somebody else sending me money over the course of time. I think that Shohei does it because he makes more money in endorsements than he does here. So what he's doing is basically giving the Dodgers a break.
To win. So he's getting
correct.
both.
I would think that's what his motivation is.
All right. So those are the things that are on the table. The Bears also had OTAs today. The best thing out of Ben Johnson's mouth was he's buying stock in Luther Burden. He raved about Luther Burden today, guys, the second day that they were on the field for OTAs. And he talked extensively about Luther Burden and what he likes. Take a listen to this.
Yeah, I'm buying Luther Burden stock right now. Just how he's approached his offseason. It's been electric. That showed up yesterday. He had numerous explosive plays. I loved how in phase 2 he was finishing every single rep that he took. And that really translated over to yesterday as well. So he's in a really good spot. He's still developing and growing his route tree. Coach L and Isaiah Ford, they've done a phenomenal job with him, just working to develop those things, speed cuts to sharp breaks, releases, things of that nature. And he's been extremely coachable. So I'm really happy with him.
Is this your vision, obviously, when you drafted him, or has he shown you things that surprised you?
Well, I think when we drafted him, we saw an explosive athlete who was really dangerous with the ball in his hands. The question was, how can we get it in his hands? The easy things to do are screens or short throws, but I think there's a lot more to his game that we've worked to unlock, and he's been really receptive to how we can get that done. He ran a route yesterday that was the first time he'd ran that route, and he ran it as well as I've been around. So things like that really get you excited as a coach.
How have you seen his route running grow from the day he walked in here last year to when you saw him?
Well, he looks like he's playing at a different speed right now. And you knew he had it in him. He's a 4.4 guy, and yet those time speeds don't always translate to real speed, football speed, the game tape. And so I think we're starting to see that now. He's playing. He's not thinking as much. He knows what we're trying to do. And so you kind of see that with a number of these guys, as I alluded to before, that have been here for a little bit of time now, that the game's slowing down for them and it allows their abilities to come out.
We'll love to hear that. He's Ben's guy. Ben was obviously a big part of the reason why they drafted him. And Ben's guy is thriving, it sounds like, as we open
stock.
OTAs.
He's buying stock, and I don't blame him.
Did you see this, too? Someone, I noticed this in one of the comments in the Bears, on the Bears website. I think this was their Instagram page, maybe, when I was watching some of the draft behind-the-scenes footage. And I think we saw this.
Ba-bam!
The ba-bam. So we're going with Thieneman, he said.
Yeah.
Is that?
Bam.
And that, like, right before that poll says, so we're going with Thieneman. If you're watching that, Ryan defers to Ben on who we're drafting, basically. And the point of this commenter was, if there was any doubt who's in charge, just watch these videos. Because it is basically Ben.
Ba-bamming.
Yeah, Ben's got to ba-bam the pick. He's got to ba-bam the pick. It is not Ryan saying, we're going with this. Is everyone good with it? It sounds like, okay, these are the guys in our bubble. Who are we drafting?
Yeah.
We're going with Dylan. And then he turns triumphantly to DA, to Dennis Allen, saying, DA, how about it?
I think we've got a new phrase for it's a short one for the 2026 season. For
print up the shirts.
Bam.
Bam.
Every time he makes a hit, every time he gets an interception, play the ba-bam.
Anytime a solid play is made, I think the rally cry is ba-bam. Ba-bam. That's a 12-yard run. Ba-bam.
It doesn't sound like him. It sounds like he's on Yellowstone.
Yeah.
Doesn't it sound like he's part of Dutton Ranch?
Ba-bam.
Ba-bam.
Kind of like a southern twang to it.
Well, he is from North Carolina, right? Isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Carolina
From the hills, too.
Anytime. That's a 9-yard gain for DeAndre Swift.
Bam.
That's a tackle for a loss. Austin Booker.
Bam.
Yeah, here we go.
Caleb downfield to Rome.
Bam.
I'm telling you that we got to get the shirts going. It's just ba-bam.
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 All right.
We're going to be saying it to each other all like when they beat the snot out. Who they play in the first game?
The Bam Bears.
Carolina.
When they put it on Carolina, we're going to be looking at each other. Ba-bam.
Ba-bam.
Yeah, I love it.
I love that guy. I do. Like I am so happy he's the Bears coach. I sure hope that never changes, that we always have that thought about Ben, that he doesn't do anything stupid where all of a sudden we're like, you know what? We give him too much credit too early.
No chance.
I was thinking about, it's funny you mentioned, I was thinking about that today, like on my way over here. I was like, man, what if this just is another Matt Nagy thing?
Oh,
like,
you know
it's the intrusive
turn
thought.
around and go
it's
home
the
and change your clothes.
It's the little angry man that lives inside my brain who's like, hey, by the way, remember 2018?
What are these negative vibes?
Yeah, this thing.
We're scarred, Hannah, just like you are. You talk about it with the Sox all the time.
I'm scarred with the Bears too, but this is different.
Listen, that Matt Nagy offense didn't look like this.
Here's the difference.
The defense would bam you, but
what was the focus of Matt Nagy's OTAs and mini camps after the
buying
great?
You some peanuts and Cracker Jacks.
Well, no, that was at Wrigley, but we'll take that. When he said penis and Cracker Jack instead of
some penis and Cracker Jack.
But instead of talking about Luther Burden or a wide receiver, like, hey, Darnell Mooney is really doing this. What happened there? Mitch is doing this.
It's 202, right? Wasn't that the catchphrase he used?
But what was the theme of the mini camps and the OTAs? Come on now, guys.
What was the theme?
Think.
Get as many kickers in here as possible.
Yes. We had the kicker circus. Remember they brought in 9 or 10 kickers? Remember the Augusta silence? Remember when they would do all these kicking competitions? It wasn't about, and they needed a new kicker. Don't get me wrong, Cody Parkey screwed him. But instead of more worrying about the offensive line and about Mitch Trubisky and about who was real and who wasn't from the year before, they were worried about a kicker.
Hey, my guy's bringing in another receiver and another tight end.
Yeah.
Bam.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. Bite your tongue, Charlie. You take that evil guy that's sitting on your shoulder.
I would love to get rid of him. I would love to get. I think the funniest part about the kicking competition, I don't think Pinheiro, who they ended up going with,
he's now he has the highest percentage. I think
he's like awesome in Carolina. Wasn't he like a really late addition to that camp too?
Yeah, I think he
wasn't a part of the initial.
group. Yeah, it wasn't part of the initial fiasco, and they just like stumbled into him.
This is going to shock you guys, unless you've been following it. I believe Eddie Pinheiro is number 2 overall in the history of the National Football League in field goal percentage.
Which is that does blow my mind, and I have seen it.
He's just ahead of Justin Tucker, Harrison Butker, and Brandon Aubrey.
Because he wasn't that great here, and he didn't have a strong leg either.
No, do you know who he's right behind? You know who's number 1?
Robbie Gold?
Nope.
Cairo?
Nope. Dicker the kicker. Cameron Dicker from the Chargers.
That's you are filling in for Tyler today.
Bam.
Tyler would have loved. He would have lived for the 2019 Bears offseason. He would have been all over that kicking thing. That's how I started.
We sent him to camp. He's got a notepad.
One of my first quests as a Bears reporter was to chart Carlos Huerta versus Kevin Butler. Every day I'd call into the station and I would give, here's what happened today. 9 out of 10 for Huerta. Butler had 8 out of 10. And sure enough, Wani cut Butler, kept Huerta, and Huerta cost them a game early.
Kevin was my neighbor for years.
And a drinking buddy. Big drinking buddy, right?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Michael in Orlando, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Michael?
How we doing, guys?
Good. Everything's good. What's up?
Hey, before you went off YouTube, you were talking about big sports moments in Chicago and stuff. What did you think? What was a big sports moment?
Well, yeah, the question was, hold on, Michael, was for everyone just tuning in. In the last 5 years, if we were to hold a draft, a fantasy draft, what are the best moves that our teams have made? You know, and whether it's Ben Johnson #1 or the Caleb trade with Carolina #1, how does it fall from there? Like, where does Murakami's contract come in? And where does drafting Loveland and Burden and some of the other moves, firing AK, firing Eberflus, and some of those other things, where does that fit in? So go ahead.
Yeah, so call me an optimist, but I think the Bulls getting a top 4 pick, possibly even a #1 pick if they do trade it, it could be the start of some beautiful things.
Yeah, like their luck with #4 picks aren't good. They were obviously done by different people. Marcus Fizer, Tyrus Thomas, Patrick Williams. I like we're a while away from saying that pick
Trust
is one of
broken.
the
yeah. So like Mike may be right that
it could
be. Maybe they get the kid from North Carolina and he ends up being the best player in the draft eventually, and we'll look back on it and say, yes, this was one of those moments. But I am so like scarred by what has transpired with that team over the course of the last couple of years that I am in total wait and see mode.
Are there any Cubs moves? Like, what are the Cubs moves from the last 5 years that would
This
stick
time
out?
last year, we would have said the Baez trade because of PCA.
This time last year, but at the end of the year, you would have.
What about the Michael Bush trade?
Yeah.
It's a good one.
He certainly is the next first baseman and pretty good. He's not had his great year so far, but Tyler and I are big fans of Michael Bush. Like you have to go down a little ways for that one to come up. And like I said, the Council move, I don't think would be in the top 20 picks. I don't think grabbing Craig Counsell as a manager would be in the top 20.
I'll give you one that is kind of on the outskirts of it all. Sending Colson Montgomery to Arizona,
resetting
and how
him.
you reset him.
Resetting him.
Because you didn't just throw him back into the minor league system. You took him back to Arizona and worked with him. And look what it is delivered.
Yeah, well, in the managerial move the White Sox have made. They finally have a competent guy there.
I would say finally getting rid of AK. I mean, like that was – now that one still, we're waiting to see the fruits of that, but – like that was something you were hoping for. It didn't happen as soon as we all wanted, but
at least they did it.
Yeah.
Lewis and Lyle, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Lewis?
Hey, afternoon, guys. Sorry, just in the middle of a run. So before I say what I want to say,
well, let me ask you this. Lewis, hold on now. You're out of breath. You're in the middle of a run. Why I love you that you want to call and participate, but you're in the middle of a run. Why are you calling?
Oh, honestly, I called him before the run started, and I thought I had enough time, but guess not. But I actually want to clarify something. I was talking to Downtown Dean while he was on the phone with you guys. He wanted to clarify something about who he thinks is losers. Loves the YouTube chat. Twitch chat, though, and I'm inclined to agree, monstrous. And I got to say, I tried to join that because Charlie's right. It's very symbiotic with your show. However, since I tried to actually join that chat, I've been doxxed, had my wife had someone make memes about my wife, and recently had crap sent to my apartment. And not like
get out of here, really?
Crap.
Okay, someone sent crap to you from the Twitch chat?
I'm assuming, I don't know if it's from the Twitch chat. It was like through some anonymous service. I don't know. But I have to assume, just based upon the vitriol that I've received from that chat. I mean, again, people have posted links to the Wikipedia page for sex acts involving, like a specific sex act, referencing my wife.
That's right.
Someone actually stalked her Instagram and made memes out of her.
Yeah, that's
like it's just gross.
I want to ask you more about the poop. Someone really sent you real poop from a side service, like.
Yes.
So what? It came in a box.
Which is where Dean's right. Yes, it came in a box.
Well, time out. You can actually buy poop from
I've heard of
poop
this
delivery service
for people that you don't like that they're where they send you like elephant poop or something like. I don't think it's human. It's not human feces, is it?
No, it's animal. I assume it's animal, but since I know the site that they probably sent it from, I know that's why it's gone from heckling to just downright indecent to criminal.
Are we talking about Twitter, the Twitter site, or I mean the Twitch site?
He's talking about Twitch.
Okay. Yeah, that's. I don't
like
traffic
the YouTube chat. I wish that. Yeah, I left that chat after the last Whiskey U. But the reason that I actually called, the main reason I called was no one wanted to talk about Shane Waldron getting fired as a big moment in Chicago sports. As far as I know, I don't think we had even fired a coordinator for our midseason outside of Williams, who got fired for an HR reason. I don't think we'd fired a coordinator for competency issues. That was honestly, I think, the snowball. That was the first domino.
Well, you know why? Because here's why, Lewis.
Getting fired.
Here's why, Lewis. Waldron was only here for half a year, and he was so incompetent. Instead, it was, why the hell would you hire this guy if he was so incompetent? Why couldn't you see it? I remember hearing things about Shane Waldron in Seattle, and they weren't terrible. And then when he spoke for the first time, this is why I do think sometimes press conferences can tell you stuff.
You could tell he was uncomfortable.
You could tell, it was like, ooh, this is Shane Waldron who's been doing it at this level for the last 3 years for Seattle. Even Dion said to me, I don't like this guy and the vibes that he's setting off. And it came through. So
well, that's kind of my point, though. It was honestly I think that was the final straw for Eberflus. And that's why I said that's the domino. That's the first domino to fall, and that led up to Eberflus going.
Yeah.
I don't think if he hires Waldron, I don't think he gets fired midseason.
Yeah, I just think once they decided on Eberflus, firing a coach within a season, that was the big moment where we knew.
When people were fighting to keep Thomas Brown?
Oh, yeah, that was the big thing.
Thomas Brown, the interim coach, and you know,
just hire him now. Appoint him offensive coordinator.
First of all, he was put into an impossible situation. And it may end up being an NFL head coach at some point. But the last thing that people should have been clamoring for was keeping anyone from that staff.
Yeah.
The interim getting the job never works.
No.
What are we doing here?
Let's break.
Do we have to break?
Yeah, and then we come back.
So then we're going to be all caught up with the White Sox, a winner today, 6-2, two games over 500. Cubs looking for 2 in a row. We have started the Babam game after that went public from the draft room where Ben Babammed Thieneman. Now we're going to Babam everything. Every good thing the Bears do. That's what the podcast needs to be titled today, Charlie. Babam. Perfect. And if you want to talk to us, Jeff Joniak's going to join us at 5-312-332-3776.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
When Kap and J Hood are over, the fun continues. Tell your friends and enemies. It's the Carmen and Jurko Show. Weekdays from 9 to noon on the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago on AM, on app, on YouTube.
Presented by Advantage Dealer Group.
On average, between 2 and 3 people are killed each day in car accidents with rideshare drivers. According to the University of Chicago, rideshare drivers have directly led to the death of almost 1,000 people per year. While rideshare drivers carry auto insurance, it's important to know that the amount of insurance coverage available often depends upon whether or not the driver is logged onto the rideshare company app and whether there is a passenger in the vehicle. For example, if the driver is logged into their rideshare app, the liability coverage could reach $1 million. If they are not logged into the app, then the rideshare driver is using their own car insurance, which could be much lower coverage. That's why it's important to have a lawyer who knows how to conduct a proper investigation when you're in a rideshare accident. If you've been injured in a rideshare accident, call the Verdoliak Law Group. Call 844-4VLG-LAW. We've been fighting for injured people for 60 years. With over 30,000 clients represented and over $9 billion recovered, Verdoliak Law Group has the resources, knowledge, and experience to fight for you. Call 844-4VLG-LAW.
Let me ask you something. Why does buying a car have to feel like Game 7 pressure? It doesn't. That's why you go to Advantage Toyota in River Oaks. What's up, it's J Hood. You got a budget? They've got Toyotas that you want to drive. And here's the best part I appreciate. They keep it simple. No marathon sessions, no mystery math, just straight answers, real numbers, and a team that respects your time. Imagine that. Respect. Go see the crew at Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Toyota, let's go places.
Ready to finish what you started? At North Park University in Chicago, transferring is seamless. Bring your credits and complete your intended major, or choose from 6 accelerated, fully online programs designed with working professionals in mind. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. You'll be supported every step of the way to thrive in your chosen career. Apply today at northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Chicagoans take pride in their city, so why not protect it from smog? Unleaded 88 gasoline, also called E15, burns cleaner than standard gasoline and helps reduce greenhouse gas emissions around the city we love. It's been reviewed by the EPA and approved for all of us to use to clean up the air and help us breathe easier, better for the environment, and supporting local farm families right here in Illinois. Visit UNL88.com to find a pump near you.
Hey, it's Shane Orling. Listen, you aren't stuck in traffic. You are traffic. That's right, you, in the car right now, you are adding to the traffic. There's an easy fix. Let the CTA be your driver. For every person that rides the CTA, it's one less car on the road, and you can't beat the price. $5 gets you anywhere in the city and back. So while you're on your third lap around the block looking for parking, the CTA is on track. Easily find wherever you need to go at transitchicago.com/plan a trip. Save money, reduce traffic, ride CTA.
Progressive presents ways to save money that aren't bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive.
Thanks again for taking me to the game, man. I can't wait to get in there. By the way, what's in the bag?
Oh, I bring my own hot dog and peanuts. Saves a ton.
Savvy. And what about the beach chairs?
Why buy seats when you can save big and bring your own?
We can't get in without tickets.
Tickets? What do you think the portable TV is for?
Don't save money pretending to go to the game. You could save hundreds by switching to Progressive. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes just like the best birthday cake ever. Vanilla, buttery, frosting vibes. It's basically a party in a bottle. And here's the best part. All cake, no sugar. And you know I love my cake. So I get that big birthday energy without any sugar guilt. The bottle's small, easy to toss in my bag, and perfect when I need a quick, tasty caffeine boost to cakeify my day. The Funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com.
That's ESPNChicagoContests.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Waddle and Silvy are back on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Oh, bam. Taking your phone calls at 332-3776. We're going to have Jeff Joniak on in about 5 minutes. Let's go to Russ, our buddy in Palos Heights. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Russ?
Hey, thanks for having me. Hey, despite the media, most of the media and most of the people I know being negative about Reinsdorf choosing Chris Getz, that's been a spectacular success.
Yeah, so, like, my problem with the hiring was always the process, Russ. Like, what I would have liked them to do is interview 10 different guys. Like, this is at least what Jerry and Michael have done with the Bulls, where you talk to a bunch of guys, you learn a bunch of things. But, yes, in retrospect, Chris Getz has done a wonderful job.
He was able to do,
Yeah. And, like, go ahead, Russ. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say that in spite of the fact that you didn't get to see a whole lot of different candidates, he had the right one right in the building.
Yeah, and he's done a wonderful job.
For sure, he really has.
And the one thing that Reinsdorf said during this was, this is going to be a quick turnaround. He already knows, and we don't want to be stuck in a rebuild for 3 years. You saw how far it took, and this is why I do believe rebuilding. And I don't know if it was like tanking. They were just really, really bad. But why, like, sometimes owners shouldn't be scared of a rebuild. Because when you are just stuck in the mediocrity and when you can reset it And then you can change the look of your team. It takes time. It takes a lot. It takes a lot of patience from the fan base. But look at them coming out on the other side here. 2 years ago, they were in the middle of the worst modern-day season ever. Just 2 years ago at this time. Right now, they're 2 games over 500 with just
they're
smart
a wild card.
moves.
Yeah, they're currently in the postseason.
Yes. So that's why I don't like to hear when someone says, well, I don't like rebuilding. Well, what do you mean? Like, would the White Sox be where they are today without a full rebuild?
All teams face rebuilding at some point of your life. Over the span of your fandom, you will go through a number of rebuilds of your favorite team.
Right, but some teams would like to just plug and play instead and rather be a 500 team and not bottom out and refresh the team with young faces. That's what some owners have run from.
Yeah, that's. I think that the track record for that being successful is very low.
Oh, yeah. Most people know that now. All right, coming up next, Jeff Joniak, who is in the building at Hallis Hall today. Bears Weekly. It's Bears Weekly tonight, isn't it, guys? It will follow our show at 6 o'clock. So coming up next, we'll talk to Jeff Joniak. What did he like? What he saw from the first open OTA. We'll find out what's on his mind in all sports. We love talking to Joniak. We'll do it next on ESPN 1000.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap J Hood show are presented by Hankin Law.
All right, Chicago sports fans, it's Toyota's summer starts here, sales event. It's a glorious day today. Head out to your local Chicagoland Toyota dealers right now because summer is finally here. And with a new Toyota, you can go out and make the most of the season. Maybe it's taking the whole family to a ball game in the spacious Grand Highlander. We just took a road trip to Cincinnati in my wife's Grand Highlander, and it is awesome. Get out of the city and explore in the all-new RAV4. Maybe you want to use the powerful Tundra to get the boat in the water. There's so many options, and Toyota's versatile lineup is ready to ride with amazing deals to match. Summer starts now at your local Chicagoland Toyota dealer. That's what I did. I headed there, and they rolled out the red carpet for me. Toyota.com as well. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, soccer fans, if you're headed to a match at Soldier Field, the CTA is your best way to get to the game. $5 covers your entire trip, and with tap to pay available on all CTA trains and buses, riding is a breeze. CTA buses stop just steps outside the north side of the stadium, and the Roosevelt train station is a short walk away. Avoid the hassle of traffic or expensive parking. Let the CTA be your driver. Find the best route for you at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Save big money on your outdoor needs at Menards. Liquid Fence Deer and Rabbit Repellent prevents animals from damaging your garden. It provides long-lasting, rain-resistant protection and can be used on flowers, shrubs, trees, and more. Save big on Liquid Fence Deer and Rabbit Repellent. On sale now through May 31st. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Are you looking for a future that's a home run? ETI School of Skilled Trades can help you get started in a great new welding or HVAC career fast. With a focus on hands-on learning, some of our programs can be completed in as little as 7 months. That means if you enroll now, you could be wrapping up your training before the next season rolls around. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com, They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Ring.
Hello.
Who is it? Guests on ESPN Chicago join us on the Yingling Hotline.
Chicago office is calling.
I've been expecting your call.
The Yingling Hotline. Brought to you by Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Jeff Joniak,
It's over at Soldier Field.
voice of the Chicago Bears.
Devin Hester, you are ridiculous.
Chicagoland Sports Hall of Famer.
Ben's bag of fun. Ben's bag of tricks.
Nicknamed Savant.
Mighty Monungai. The Iceman cometh. The Windy City Flyer.
Joins Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
Carly, is that brand new right there? We
Brand
got a Jeff Joniak Open, the voice of the Bears. When was he called a savant? Has he been called a savant before? Waddle, are you aware of this?
He's got a lot of nicknames. I
call
may have been
him
a solo
savant
call.
every time I see him.
Savant?
Yeah. And a savage. He's a savage, too.
We're waiting for...
he's a savage and he's a savant.
Hannah, is he not connected yet? Okay, good.
He looks confused.
Yeah, I was
Doesn't
wondering
he?
because
He
there
looks
was
confused.
I would have thought he would have been excited, but we're looking him on the screen. I don't believe we're connected yet. Last week, in case you missed it, when Joniak was on with us, Tyler didn't realize that he had, what was it? Basketball in the background.
There was a basketball game going on in the background, and it was Tyler had the sound up on some other screen.
Today, like as he joins us, we're gonna put like tennis highlights underneath, or like
We should.
the see how he reacts. So,
Or just a series of bam. There you go. That would be hilarious if when he
just
finally
keep that
connects,
in. Yeah, we're having trouble.
Make sure we can see that or hear that.
Danny said his number one nickname is the Mayor.
The Mayor.
The Mayor of Bearsville. That's in the open.
True. Yeah.
That's in the open. I think that's what Danny
Bears
nicknamed
Weekly
him.
Open. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like what did he and what do they call Thayer the Surf Master? I don't think they've been referred to that at all as anything out like at all except for the Bears Weekly Open.
I have never heard that other than the open. So, there he is. I see him. I think he can hear us now.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us, Jeff?
I sure can.
Yeah.
Oh, there
Good
he is.
evening.
Yeah.
Good evening, boys.
Sorry about last time.
Can we?
What again?
What do you got open in your?
Don't
What are you
start
doing?
this
What do you got in your?
What is that?
That's the same. First of all, that sounds like a tennis match now.
What's going on? Are they playing tennis there?
Yeah, the French Open's going on.
Yeah, well, we're not in Paris, buddy.
Yes, we are, because OTAs are officially underway.
Yeah, by the way, we're playing with you after what happened last week.
We're just
that was annoying.
Next week we're gonna have like a bullfight in there or something like that. I don't think
just keep pulling out the fun stuff. Tyler, stick with it, man. Someday you're gonna get this all right.
Wow. By the way, Jeff, you didn't hear your new open, did you?
No, I did not.
All right, let's re-rack this thing and let's bring him in like he deserves it.
How come I can't see you guys? I see two of me. One is like is the current me, and then one is 2 seconds later, and then I got two blank Eric Ostrowski screens.
Yeah,
Can I please get a look at Tom?
Just messing with you is what we're doing.
I see you on YouTube looking good. Got the Bears golf shirt on. The glasses on.
Yeah, you look
I hate
thin.
the
You
glasses.
look like you lost some weight. You do
yes,
look good.
I'm there again. Every spring, baby. I am down.
I told you.
I just weighed myself this morning before I left the house.
How about that? Are you impressed that I recognize that you look like you dropped a few pounds?
A little thin in the face.
See,
you are.
I look at you as not just the voice of the Bears, but as a friend, a colleague, a human being.
He's the voice of fitness.
And there's things other than Bears football that I actually appreciate about you, and that's your willingness to cut a few pounds.
Yes, more than a few. But yeah, it's just,
How much did you drop?
I mean,
15?
I'm down at least.
Really?
But see, I did this a year ago. So let's not throw
A
a party
year
just
ago.
yet.
You do this every year for every
I
year
know.
that I know you.
You damn yo-yo
Exactly.
weight loss guy.
And then all of a sudden we start packing it on.
It's got to be a lifestyle. It can't be a
I
diet.
know.
It's got to be a lifestyle. I'm sure your daughter has taught
Yo-yo
you
is
that.
no-go.
Yeah.
Yo-yo
exactly.
is no-go.
All right, let's play the Open. Tell us what you think of the new Open. There's a nickname in here that I'm not sure if you've ever really gone for. I noticed this when Charlie played it.
Jeff Joniak,
It's over at Soldier Field.
voice of the Chicago Bears.
Devin Hester, you are ridiculous.
Chicagoland Sports Hall of Famer.
Ben's bag of fun.
Ben's bag of tricks.
Nickname Savant.
Mighty Monungai. The Iceman cometh. The Windy City Flyers.
Joins Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
The Savants. What do you think?
Love it. Love it. Nicely done.
Do people
Nicely done.
Do people call you Savant?
No, never. I don't know where that came from. I am far from that. Trust me.
Have they ever called
First of
you
all-
idiot savant?
Of course. Yeah,
Or did
I'm all
just-
about
did they-
idiocy.
Yeah. All right.
Let me tell you something, boys. Last Saturday, I was out downtown Glen Ellen and just enjoying a little appetizer, cocktail. Gentleman comes up, Bears shirt on. And I really, really enjoyed your Iowa State stories last week on Waddle and Silvy. Coming off the practice field, I'm out. The referees are here. They're college referees. Most of them live in the Chicago area, and they are ESPN Chicago listeners.
Wow.
Waddle and Silvy. Man, Waddle and Silvy, man, they take you down a lot of roads, man. We really love your story. You're hilarious.
You are.
And so, I mean, everybody's listening. Let's go.
We've been
That's great.
telling you this for years, and you've been reluctantly joining us. Everyone hears
People-
us.
People are just constantly commenting on this
Yes.
segment.
Is it-
I get a kick out of it. I get a kick out of it.
And as we get to football, Jeff, like there was stuff going on there. Yesterday was the start of OTAs. Today is the opening for the media that you guys can get a glimpse. I loved listening to Ben once again. My biggest takeaway was the Luther Burden stuff. I got tingly again today just listening to him talk
Yeah,
football.
exactly.
So take us through what you heard from Ben and then take us through some of the sights that you experienced today at Hallis.
Yeah, Ben at the podium, not even a stumble. He's so sure of himself and sure of what they want to be, sure of how they're going to go about doing it, and answers every question really with absolutely no hesitation. This is a man who knows his job and loves his job and loves winning. You know, DeAndre Swift was also at the podium, and Luther Burden. It's Burden. What's the best thing you love about Ben Johnson? Winning. Good, better, best, baby.
Yeah.
Good, better, best. That's it. Simple as that. That's a mindset. That's a lifestyle now. That's what it is here. And for a young player like that to think that way and to talk that way, I just absolutely loved it.
We
loved.
Jeff,
Loved
we
that
had an opportunity to talk to Grady Jarrett today.
Yep.
And several things. First of all, you know, guy's been in the league for 12 years. He's here. You know, he's going through OTAs because it's meaningful to him. But to hear him talk about his experience with Ben and that coaching staff and that team for a guy who's been in the league better than a decade, to talk the way that he did, it was really, you know, I guess the best way to describe it is it wasn't a revelation because we all kind of know it. He's confirming some stuff that we all feel. That this is real. And last year, you know, there may have been some really exciting, crazy, you know, out of this world moments, but the core of what they're doing up there is real.
Yeah, no question. And it's at a different floor. So different jumping off point. So very excited to hear a guy like, and by the way, Grady looks really good.
Yeah.
He is fit. I think he's proud of it too. He
Yeah.
mentioned, hey, look at me. I'm 33 years old. Look at what I look like right now. So hopefully he stays healthy, because you know, frankly, we talked this many times now. Without a Byard, without Tremaine Edmonds, without certain people that you would say were kind of leaders in that locker room, this is a vacuum. And we forget that Grady Jarrett is that he's that. He can be that, and he can be that for that defensive line and for that defense. So that's somebody to keep an eye on for sure. Just the whole everybody's asking, obviously, where Caleb is at moving forward. He said yesterday, no mess ups at practice. Practice was, and I talked to people. It was a very good practice yesterday. Like things just looked like a regular season intensity, honesty, and that's what they're looking for. They're not looking for, let's just mosey on into the off season here and then we'll see you at training camp. No, this is all serious business right now. He keeps mentioning it's all about the work, all about the grind. And that's the way Ben wants it, for sure. Some sightseeing today.
I like it.
Yeah. Okay. Swift was at the podium. Ben Johnson was at the podium talking about Swift. Swift talking about Ben. Maybe getting a little more active in the passing game. So what happened? Swift rips off, and I was standing in the end zone as it's coming to me. So great wheel route, perfect toss from Caleb. Beats the linebacker, Devin Bush, who's fast. He's a fast linebacker. Just snuck past him into the end zone, so that was a nice play. But a deep ball to Rome Odunze out of last year's playbook, out of USC's playbook, out of OU's playbook, Oklahoma. Rolling right, being pressured. Austin Booker could have got him. Maybe he gets him, but I doubt it because Caleb's going to let it rip. He lifts a perfect spiral bomb to Rome Odunze running at me for a touchdown. Fade route to the speedster, Xavier Thomas. He had a 10-yard cushion. Fade route down the sidelines, that 4.2 speed gets 6 for the Bears. So those are some offensive plays.
What are your overall thoughts on Xavier Thomas from what you've seen, obviously very early on, Jeff?
I think he had a couple hiccups in terms of, false starts or not knowing exactly where you're supposed to be, which you expect from rookies. That happened to Burden last year. It's going to happen. But he's got the real speed. And he's thicker than you think also. So I could see him also coming out of the backfield, maybe even taking some handoffs as they suggested when they drafted him. So that's that. Walked by a fully, in uniform, not in street clothes, Jedrick Wills. He was walking out with Jonah Jackson. He's a big man. He's listed at 6'4", 307. I think he's a little bigger than that. When you think of Braxton Jones competing for that position, 6'5", 303. 6'4", 307, right in line there. So I'm excited to see when the pads come on in training camp what that competition is going to look like. All 3 tight ends. No more wringing of hands, gnashing of teeth about the tight ends. I don't want to hear it anymore. I don't want to hear about potential trade for Cole Kmet options, All 3 of them caught balls. They could be on the field at the same time and all go and threaten every blade of grass. From intermediate to slot, to red zone, down the sideline. Come on. They all caught passes.
How athletic is the kid, Sam Roush? How athletic?
He's athletic enough, but he's just big and burly, and what he does, he covers up that ball when he starts running, so good luck tackling him. He's a bruiser. Yeah. He's a bruiser. Dylan Thieneman almost had an interception, drop one. Not running with the first team.
Yeah,
Elijah Hicks with Kobe Bryant in that regard.
And Jeff, I was going to ask you about that too, and I don't want to interrupt you and want you to continue, but it was very, very quick in Ben's press conference today where someone asked him, "Is Dylan running with the ones?" And he just said no. And then it just dissipated. And then the next question was asked. It was like, and you could just see it, like he didn't want to expand. Basically, right. It was in one word, no, saying, look, the kid's got to earn his keep. Yes, we drafted him. Yes, we were thrilled that he fell to us, but he's got to earn lining up with the ones before we put him out there. Is that the messaging you think?
100%. I don't think Ben's in the business of just handing out starting jobs. He wants competition. This is competition. It's not fake competition. I fully expect him to be the starting safety along with Kobe Bryant. He'll get there, but don't be handing out jobs. If they preach competition, if they wanted to bring in people to compete and have the fire and love of the game to compete, you just can't hand starting jobs. No way. You agree?
Yes.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. For sure. And then was, we asked you last week about Jalen Johnson. Ben talked about him being there. Did he participate out there?
Yeah, he was out there today. He was out there. He was participating. Kyler was for a bit, and then obviously he's not 100%, so he was off doing other things. And, like a Dengbo, Shamar Turner, they're not quite there yet. Sewell's back, though.
That's quick.
Tell me about Jalen Johnson, too, Jeff, because I thought last year when we did see him, physically, he just didn't look like himself. You could tell that the injury had taken stuff out of him. Does he look like his kind of quickness is back and his speed is there, or is it still too early to tell?
Too early to tell. Can't tell. Again, I was standing in the end zone watching everything from afar. I like the end zone view for my purposes. But, let's just, when training camp starts is when I want to find out. That's what I want to find out. That's when the rubber meets the road there. And I'll tell you who looks great is Austin Booker. Austin Booker is his lower half. You could see he's thicker. He's somebody to keep an eye on, man, to have a takeoff year.
Can you say the same about who's your left tackle from a couple of years ago who needed to get Braxton? Can you tell there's some added
Braxton
strength
Jones,
and lower body strength?
Lower half, yeah. He always talked about the fact that he couldn't, he's got to get better at dealing with, bull rushes down the middle of his chest. Well, he needs to have, that anchor to do that. And so I think that's a big part of his progress here in this offseason.
This is a weird question, but it's some stuff that I think about from a fan's perspective. You're obviously a Bears fan, but you're the voice of the Bears fan, and you personally have relationships with these guys. And I know how much you've loved Braxton, and Tom Thayer has loved Braxton's attitude. But I look at it and tell me how you look at it. For me, I'm hoping Jedrick Wills wins the job because he's a former first-round pick who is still very young, who has the traits of a franchise left tackle. And Braxton, who I like in his attitude, I don't know how much longer he's going to be here. Even if he starts this year, is it just a plug in 1 year? I would love to see Jedrick Wills win the job. Do you understand where I'm coming from when I say that?
No, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I mean it's a very low risk, high reward acquisition by Ryan Poles, Jedrick Wills. Certainly he's got a lot of traits. I mean, he played very well at Alabama. He was a starter as a rookie with the Cleveland Browns, and then things didn't go the way he had hoped, and then the injury was pretty severe. So all I want is the very best player at that position, whoever it's going to be. Throw in Theo Benedette, who's also, I've heard that he is a lot stronger as well. Another year in the weight room for a third-year player. So Karan Amagaji getting snaps there at left tackle today as well with one of the units. So may the best man win. I think you've got a lot of size all across the board with all these guys, athleticism across the board with all these guys. That's one of the underrated aspects, I will say, of Braxton Jones, is he is outstanding when he's out there pulling as a tackle. And they like doing that on the outside zone, running behind their tackles. They do that a lot with Darnell Wright. They want to do it at the left side as well. If they can get that balanced out, that puts the defense in a tough spot. So may the best man win.
Are you down on Thayer for not being there, being in Hawaii still as OTAs?
Are you kidding me? Yeah. I would never utter such words. He would about you.
He would about you. Taking it out on you.
I value my kidneys. He needed that month of decompression, that warmth that he loves there in Maui, the water, being one with nature. Come on, man.
I'm just saying, as a player,
guy doesn't take another day off the rest of his
Tom Thayer
year,
would have never missed an OTA back in his playing days, ever. And I just
True,
I can
wouldn't
see,
have missed a
I
practice.
can see in your eyes you're a little disappointed that you were riding
No,
solo out
don't
there
be,
today.
Don't be.
I have to tell him. I may have to
text him right now, Charlie.
No, don't. I can tell you right now. He listens. He listens to this show, so he knows better. He knows that I'm not going to say that.
We just played the Ben Johnson Ba-Bam from draft night. Will you go with us? We're going to start doing it for every good play. Play the Ben dropping in and saying. Will you work?
Would you like me to do a ba-bam?
Would you work? I think what you should do is for 2026. Some of the big plays, like your Ben's big bag of fun, and that came just out of the blue.
Bag of tricks.
Not tricks, fun.
Well, and you called me out on that after I said it. We laid it up. I like bag of fun. Big bag of fun.
That you coined it. Yeah,
big bag of fun. BBOF, baby. Big bag of fun.
So
we're
can you?
Do that, and we'll throw in a what was it again?
Ba-bam!
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 Yeah. I say first touchdown of the year gets a ba-bam.
Mighty Monongai. He's at the 5, the 3, the 2 to the 1. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Ba-bam.
Yeah. Here we go. Now we're in. Game on, baby.
I love that.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
I think there's going to be a lot of ba-bam.
I do, too.
Just the way they're mentally wired now because of Ben and this coaching staff. Everybody's going to have to play physical, nasty on the offensive side of the ball, defensive side of the ball, special teams. I think special teams has a chance to be really good. There's a lot more speed. There's young players that are going to be making that coverage unit. There are going to be some core special teams players that played a lot of special teams in college. And I think of Keshawn Elliott as one. I think of Sam Roush as another. And they want to play. They want to be on special teams. So what they have, everybody wants a Daniel Hardy on special teams around the league. That guy is a self-made player, a real son of a gun on special teams. I think it's going to be really good.
Have you ever seen anybody more excited to go to work these days than Jeff Joniak?
No, that's what he's great at. Like all the years of doing the Bears, it's like his first camp.
Yes,
it's his first OTA.
Giddy, he's giddy like it's Christmas
it was beautiful
morning
out there,
every
man.
day.
There was not a cloud in the sky, crystal clear, blue skies,
like a September
breeze
day,
off the lake,
right?
Little breeze off the lake. Could have used a jacket. Could have, I'm getting older. I could have used a jacket, but
anything you tomorrow we're gonna do quick bitch because we had White Sox today. So on a Friday we're gonna do our segment quick bitch where we complain about stuff. Any run-ins or complaints that you want to get off your chest? Oh, good.
Yes, this goes back to being a good human segment of the program. I think I brought this up about getting off an airplane in a timely manner.
Mm-hmm.
Be a good human. So I'm kind of had it on 294 South heading home. Okay, 4 lanes go as you approach the 290 extension, where I get off to head over to the western suburbs, the fine suburb of Glen Ellen. Becomes an exit-only lane. So I can tell which ones are playing the game.
You said they
slow. They're slow
themselves.
playing.
Yeah.
They're slow playing, and then they want to at the very end. They got to slide in and cut in above everybody else that's been stacked up for miles with traffic at 5:30, 6:30, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock at night, because you're more important than everybody else.
Listen, you're speaking the language of my man over here, but he'll tell you that this is the way traffic is supposed to flow.
Not the cutter at the very end. I never make it like a pronounced move, but I seize the gap because there are people not playing catch up and don't do their part to keep everybody out. I take advantage of those people and I don't slow anybody up. I'm going and no one has to brake. You'll never know I'm doing it.
I don't mind the seize the gap moment, but if you're just traveling in that lane, I can tell because they lower the speed, they're not putting their and then at the very last second,
boom,
they bottle it up, and I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. So I got a guy yesterday. I laid on the horn for a long time. Oh yeah, and of course I got the horn back and maybe a bird or two. I don't know. But
does anyone ever recognize you in the middle of road rage?
I hope not. I hope not.
Jeff Joniak, you are ridiculous.
No. I hope not. I hope
it
not.
It goes from double bird to high fives. Yeah.
I hope not.
Jeff, bear down.
I'm going to cover up my Bears logo just in case.
You son of a bear down.
A lot of yard work over this Memorial Day weekend. I hope you guys had a great time. And it is apt to occur to me. I often lose things. So there was a very good chance that I had inadvertently buried my cell phone planting a rose bush.
But you didn't.
I'm so shocked.
But I didn't, but I couldn't locate the phone. So I had to drive to my house, get my iPad to do a Find My Phone. And here it was buzzing in the garage of Christine. And it fell off the top of the garbage can.
Oh, that would be great. I wonder if you bury an Apple phone, an iPhone, if you have an iPhone tree. And then if it just produces a bunch of baby iPhones.
There you go.
Oh, God. Do you guys realize the White Sox are just one of 4 American League teams over 500?
Yes.
It's crazy.
Yes.
How is that possible?
It's a great story. It really is. Murakami, man.
That is.
Munetaka Murakami, he's the real deal. Colson Montgomery, real deal. You know what this is the real deal? Davis Martin, you heard it from me. Like we had a controversy about Davis Martin a month ago, Jeff, when I proposed, hey, maybe you think about trading him high, and Chuck Garfien got really mad at me. But he's the real deal. This team, it's a fun team right now. It really is.
They could very easily be a playoff team just based on how the league is and how that division is. You never know. You never know. You never know.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it for me.
What else you have for us? Send us out on a good note. Anything
a good note?
Bam.
Hey, bam! That's it. That's it. That's my good note. Everybody got out of practice healthy today. That's
good
what
to
we're
hear.
looking for.
That's great. All right,
All
Bears
right, boys.
Weekly. What do we
Bears
got?
Weekly. Everybody at the podium today. Little segments of that. So we'll hear 8 minutes of Ben and some DeAndre Swift and Grady, and also hear from Luther Burden, the man to watch, the Luther Burden stock. Buy it.
Yes, buy it. I love that.
Buy
Jeff,
it.
great stuff as always.
Thank
we
you,
appreciate you.
guys.
There you go.
See ya.
There's
Looking
Jeff Joniak.
great. Look at him, thin as the day is long.
Savant. I never knew that was his.
I'm not a savant. Lose the savant. Come up with something else.
Danny says the mayor of Bearsville, but isn't he the only one who calls you that?
You know, remember Drew Hayes, former program? He used to call me the mayor also.
Okay,
So.
the mayor.
Yeah, but no, Danny said that for me. Every time I call him, he goes, mayor. So I'm okay with mayor.
All right, that's good. All right, Jeff. See you later. There
See
you
ya.
go. I like Vob, voice of the Bears.
Yeah.
You know, I like that a lot. Coming up next, we've got Aki's A-List. Is someone in charge here? Did someone construct an Aki's A-List? Oh, Charlie Bevins. Ba-bam. We'll do...
Bevins, ba-bam.
We'll do that coming up next.
This is Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Advantage Acura of Naperville proudly presents the Peggy and Dion Show. Join host Peggy Kaczynski and Dion Miller every Saturday from 11 to 1 on ESPN Chicago, AM 1000, FM HD, the ESPN Chicago app, and live on YouTube.
A great haircut is always a mood booster, but it's even better when it's convenient, too. And that's why you'll love online check-in at Great Clips. You just check in from your phone and get a ready next text when you're up next. Plus, with the convenient hours at Great Clips salons, you can get a haircut even when you're really busy. So if your hair and your mood could use a boost, download the app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Doctors and nurses make their living trying to help others, but they are human beings, and human beings sometimes make mistakes. When a doctor has worked for 24 hours straight, fatigue and lack of focus can lead to critical mistakes being made. Other times, it's the policies or system that's to blame. For example, when a doctor or nurse comes in on their shift, they are forced to rely on charts and records created by others. Sloppy paperwork or inaccurate record keeping can give the doctor an incomplete picture or, even worse, the wrong picture, and that can lead to serious injury or even death. It's called preventable medical error. Recent studies claim that preventable medical error causes up to 400,000 deaths a year. That's nearly as many deaths as caused by smoking. When this happens, those responsible must be held accountable to compensate the injured person or their family. But the good news is, just like you and I are required by law to purchase auto insurance, doctors also get insurance coverage in case they accidentally hurt someone. For help, call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit. It's a spectacle. With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new sense and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit, it's a spectacle for the senses.
Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, the Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2026, Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
There's a difference between driving and arriving. At Advantage Acura of Naperville, performance meets precision in every vehicle. Refined luxury, responsive handling, cutting-edge safety features, you'll find it all at Advantage Acura. Their team is committed to delivering a seamless, transparent experience from start to finish. At Advantage Acura, it's not just about putting you in a vehicle, it's about earning your trust. Discover the full lineup of Acura models at Advantage Acura of Naperville, or begin your search online at AdvantageAcura.com. Precision-crafted performance.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Greater Chicago and Northwest Indiana is offering up to 25% off windows and doors and 0% financing for 24 months. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends May 31st, 2026.
The 5 o'clock hour of Waddle and Silvy is brought to you by Steinhoffels with 7 Chicagoland locations, including their newest in Maryville, Indiana. Shop in-store today like I do, or online anytime at steinhoffels.com.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world. Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
Some Joniak reviews, too, coming in here. Space Barter Buddy says Joniak is in mid-season form. Yes. Always good to hear. Andre Triplett says, by the way, it's not Jeff's nickname is Savant. It's that he's a nickname savant, meaning he's good at giving nicknames.
Correct, yeah. Correct.
That's what you were going for.
Yeah, us two dummies were sitting over here talking like morons.
Wait, what did you think? I'm confused. What did you think it was?
I don't know.
I thought you meant his nickname is Savant.
I was just following the lead.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
UPS Dave says, thanks, I can't stop saying ba-bam.
Bam.
So, like,
doesn't it sound like John C. Reilly? Isn't that his name?
Exactly. I was thinking of like Step Brothers.
DePaul's very own.
It sounds like one of the one of the what's his name movies.
Will Ferrell
movies.
Will Ferrell
movies. Yeah, like or something.
Says, hey, do we just become best friends?
Who is the pitcher in the in Mexico? He pitched in the Mexican League, and Will
Powers.
Ricky.
Kenny Powers.
Kenny Powers. Yeah, sounds like that guy too.
Yeah,
it sounds whether it's John C. Reilly or that guy. Yeah, the ba-bam.
Let the boy watch. That was Will Ferrell. Could feel it all the way down in my plums.
Ashley Schaefer.
Ashley Schaefer, BMW, man.
One of the great characters, side characters in a show.
Some of the outtakes are some of the best stuff you'll ever see.
It always is. All right, Charlie, thanks for clarifying, Andre, and we appreciate all the reaction. What do you got?
Yeah, of course. Another big day from Davis Martin, who just every time he steps on the mound, you just expect good things to happen. Feels like, I'm not going to say, this is Jake Arrieta, but I remember feeling when Jake Arrieta was rolling, like anytime he took the mound, you can probably call this a win. He right now, as Waddle mentioned in our FAFO show, has a 2 ERA. He's 8-1, which is the third best record in the AL, and his whip is below 1 at .99. And yet his Cy Young odds right now are at 20-1. He's behind Cam Schlittler, Dylan Cease, Jacob deGrom, Gavin Williams, and Shane McClanahan.
You know why? Because people don't believe that he can go do this through an entire season.
So my question is, what does Davis Martin have to do to become more of a, not favorite, but
he's got to take it more
seriously in this conversation?
Sadly, he's going to have to prove himself maybe a little bit more than other guys.
This is like a few years ago. I think Carlos Rodon had a run at the Cy Young or was looking good. We hopped on him early with value. Cade Horton has been a guy that people wanted to bet on. I remember a few years ago I had a ticket on Justin Steele, where Justin Steele, no one really thought that he could be a Cy Young contender. So I would just suggest for Sox fans that if you love what you see and if you believe in what you're seeing, that you play it now while it's still 20-1. Yeah, because with every start, if he continues to do this, the odds are going to go lower. So why not put $10 down? At 20-1, win $200.
The skepticism is just that he's never done this over the course of an entire season.
25, you win $500.
Yeah.
Why not? Worth a run, isn't it?
I think
Spend
so.
$25 worse than that.
Every day.
Okay, speaking of another guy who's not doing as well, I guess, is Ian Happ out on the north side. But yesterday, he finally started to look a little bit like himself. I believe he had a double. He had a home run that ended up being like one of the bigger plays of the game. He had 5 RBIs as well. Is Ian Happ starting to turn a corner? And if it's not him, who is the most important guy in this lineup to start turning the corner?
It's not him as the most important guy. I think you got to get Bregman stuff from Bregman. I think that's what most Cubs fans are frustrated with. Even though Seiya continues to slump, I think Seiya's in that category as well. I think their best hitters are supposed to be Seiya, Bregman. Nico's got to get back to doing Nico things that made him so great last year and into this year.
I think the collection of this group is what's most important. As we've said, Jesse's talked about this. You don't have one big bopper. So I don't mean to skirt the question, but I think it's the collection of these guys. Like, because the collectively you're expecting much more from them. I just don't think
it's the heart of your lineup.
Yeah, if one guy, I don't think there's anyone on this roster that's capable of, just igniting everyone. So I think it's got to be a collaborative effort.
To me, I think when Seiya is right, and his bat is what it can be, like that really, to me, changes the complexion of the lineup.
He's super streaky. When he's hot, he's so great. And he could go weeks without hitting like he's been doing. So I would say Bregman 1, Seiya 2. Let's see after that. Nico 3. Because Nico gave you a really good first couple of months, and he's just slumped lately. Nico's probably number 3. I need some of the dynamic offensive play from PCA too. I would even put in front of Happ. Happ is just kind of like slow and steady. He's a 20 home run guy. He's a 260, 360 guy. But the other guys I would like to be a little more dynamic. And Dansby Swanson can't hit a $185.
I'm almost I'm to a point where I don't need Dansby to be, hitting 250 or anything like that, but I just need him to not be a complete zero when he's at bat.
Exactly.
And I know he'll hit for some power here and there, but when you're batting below 200,
his average is 50 points, I think, below what his average has been as a Cub.
It's just such a lethal spot to I hate having somebody in the lineup, and it feels like they have about 6 of these guys right now. Hopefully last night, like we talked about, was a little bit of a turning corner. It just sucks when you have a really big inning and then there's 2 outs and then you get to the guy that is not going to get.
I'm nobody's pitching coach, but I get the sense that guys are about to snap out of things when I watch them go the opposite field and hit the ball hard.
I think Happ's been hitting the ball a lot harder lately too.
I think Seiya had a hit yesterday where he went opposite field and hit the ball hard. It just tells me you're staying with it and you're not doing anything silly and trying to pull everything, but you're just maybe I may be a complete baseball moron for saying it, but I think Nico's always a guy, when he's hitting the ball hard the other way, you feel like he's in a groove. That's where I think you see guys kind of turning the corner, is when they're willing to go with the pitch and they're just it just becomes reflexive.
Did you give your stat that you gave me off the air?
Which was?
Your short-term memory sucks.
Yeah.
It was 4 minutes ago.
I don't recall what we were
you
talking
said
about.
to me, "Are you aware that there's nobody in the Cubs lineup who is better than 800 OPS?
Nobody in their starting lineup is 800 or higher in OPS. You know who the highest is? Take a guess.
Hap?
No.
Is it
My guy.
Bush?
Nope. He's
Your
one of
guy.
my guys too. But he's just a professional baseball player
and football player.
Is it Conforto?
Carson Kelly.
Carson
Kelly.
That is your guy. I gotta hit that better.
He's a pro. He's just a pro.
Disappointed
He's
myself.
not going to go into any All-Star games. He's just a professional player.
I know I think the league average OPS, I showed it last night, is 707. So, like,
That's
a lot
low.
of guys are above that. But, like, dude, like, you're not going to do anything with a bunch of OPS that start with
Good
7
players.
in your lineup.
I always think of it like the 800 mark for me. I don't know if the nerdy baseball guys who know more about baseball stats than I do.
It's got to start with an 8.
8. It's like in the old days we used to say the great hitters or very good hitters are 300.
Yeah.
To me now it's OPS 800 or above, and the really good players are closer to 900, 850, 875, 900. Superstars above that. But you got to be in the 8s. They've got several players who should be in the 800 range.
I'll give you an example. Bryce Terang is an 860 OPS guy.
Bryce Terang.
Good player.
Great player.
Yeah. I mean, they've got a bunch of guys. Yelich is 821. Jake Bowers is 850. Like, even they have guys that are – I expect some of these Cubs to drift higher as the season goes on, but I agree with you. I think, if I don't see an 8, I'm like, oh, okay. But regardless, I think Tyler told me the other day, Charlie, that the average is low 7s, as you mentioned, which was surprising to me. Yeah. Maybe it shouldn't be.
Some Hallis Hall updates for you guys. As we talked about, the Ben Johnson praise for Luther Burden was obviously effusive today. He said he's buying stock. I think one other name that's been really interesting this offseason has been Austin Booker. And I kind of see them as two somewhat similar players, Austin Booker and Luther Burden. They're just on the opposite sides of the field. They missed some time due to injury, but you see the potential like all over them. If you had to bet on a true breakout season from one of them, would it be Burden or would it be Booker at this point? Because we're getting a lot of love from Booker right now.
I know.
Still Burden.
It's harder on defense too, and we don't truly know if he's going to be consistent. I know with all the measurables and Ben knowing offense and with Caleb dependent on the quarterback that it's Burden.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Booker, I think when he came back from injury, and then by the time that you were at the end of the year with Adengbo down and other guys not developing and Turner out, he was playing over 80% of the snaps. And I just don't think that plays to his strength. He did it. He played hard. He made some plays. I think he's more of a rotational guy. And I think that if you visually watch the course of the game, he does get lost in the wash in the run because he just isn't. Maybe if he adds the weight that everyone says he's added, he'll be even better against the run. But I think if you can play that kid 65% of the snaps, 60% of the snaps, you got a kid that you definitely will enjoy watching play. But Burden's going to play. I think Burden's going to get more run and more opportunity.
It almost feels like they did the raw quarterback, let him sit, let him watch a lot, and then year 2 kind of set him loose. I know he played last year, but like they had a succession plan at receiver that almost it feels more like a quarterback succession plan. It's something like the Eagles do all the time. So I don't like Burden to me is everything is there with him. We never fully answered our question earlier on the Fafo show as well.
Why are you calling it Fafo? I mean, now is that just another?
I always said Fafo.
I understood him.
I guess I know what it means, but it's.
I guess
FAFO,
I never registered that you guys weren't calling it Fafo.
Do people refer to F around and find out as Fafo?
Probably not. This is probably my brain deciding to make a word out of it instead of like just saying FAFO.
Kind of rolls off the tongue.
Which question was that?
That was the how would you predict that this receiver room ends up stacking up? Like if you had to pick who the pecking order ends up being right now, what would you say it is? Including Loveland.
And it's my question. So I can't say great question. I think it's going to be Rome, Burden, Loveland. And I want to say Burden, but I still believe in Rome. And I believe there's a big year for Rome. What's wrong? Does it smell in here?
No.
Oh. You had your shirt over your nose.
I would still say that I said Burden would lead the team in receiving yards. I think Colston Loveland will lead the team in receptions. I hope I'm wrong for the following reason. If I'm wrong and it's Rome, Rome has
ascended.
proven he has ascended to being a 1. But until I see it right now, I got to say I'm a little bit high, and I'm not down on Rome, but I'm a little higher on Loveland and than Burden than I am Rome right now.
And his guys, as we know. All right, good stuff. Tyler Aki, who is not here today, the executive producer of this show, did he do a cowardly act? Was Tyler acting like a coward? We will discuss that coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Oh, I am.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap J Hood show are presented by Hankin Law.
You ever notice how people take their beer very seriously? Some want it light and easy. Others want rich and roasty. Some just want something classic they can always count on. That's why Yuengling works. They brew a beer for everyone. Whether you're on the golf course, watching a game, or firing up the grill in the backyard, there's a Yuengling that fits the moment. So next time you're at the store, check out the lineup. You might walk out with more than one favorite. Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America. DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Enjoy responsibly.
Psst. You. Yeah, you. Have you tried it? Well, have you tried it? Reintroducing unleaded 88 fuel, also called E15. And yeah, if your car is newer than 2001, the U.S. EPA says you're good to go. It's cheaper than regular unleaded. The performance is the same, if not better. It keeps the air cleaner, and using it supports local farmers in Illinois. Visit UNL88.com to find a pump. Try it and get going.
Cap, when summer arrives, me and the dog are outside.
You and Felix?
Felix?
That'd be Hoodie's Bernie's mountain dog.
Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? It's nice to be outside, guys, but you got to be careful. Whether you're walking Felix, jogging or riding, nice weather means more people outside and on the roads.
A dog that size could take out a Toyota.
He didn't mean it, Felix.
Howard is our attorney on the Kap J Hood show, weekday morning, 6 to 9 on ESPN 1000.
Who's a good boy?
With Xfinity, you already enjoy ESPN as part of your TV lineup. Now get even more with the ESPN Unlimited plan, available at no extra cost. Unlock additional content in the ESPN app, including WWE Premium Live events. Visit Xfinity.com/your subscriptions to activate and start watching in the ESPN app.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds. And you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... just beautiful...
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
AutoZone. Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Got any markdowns on oil?
We've got many markdowns on oil.
How about on that new STP Any Mileage?
You'll save $5 when you buy 5 quarts of STP Any Mileage with an oil filter and get up to 5,000 miles of protection.
Heck of a markdown for quite a lot of miles.
At AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
All right, a quick heads up. If your mattress isn't cutting it, Steinhaffel's Memorial Day mattress sale has been extended, and it is going on now. This is where you save big, guys, on top brands. Plus 60-month, 0% financing to make it even easier. I have a new mattress from Steinhaffel's, and I loved going through the process of picking it out. Take up to $1,000 off. Tempur-Pedic and Beauty Rest Split King adjustable base sets. It's a comfort upgrade, big time, and Helix Sleep, award-winning and now exclusive to Steinhaffel's. You can finally try it for yourself in store. Do not wait, guys. Shop the Memorial Day mattress sale at Steinhaffel's. 7 Chicagoland locations, the newest in Maryville, Chicagoland's mattress leader.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is Waddle and Silvy. Listen now in HD on our app and on ESPN 1000.
We are, most of us, I would think, who's listening to us, I know Waddle is as well, too, that you're probably part of some text chain, group chat, whatever you want to call it. We were just getting texts in one of ours that's been going on for years, and it's been called different names over the years.
It has been renamed a number of times.
And people, that's what the fun is. People do rename their group text chains often. And Charlie, you were telling me about this before the show. That who was it? Tyler and who left you?
It was Potsy.
Potsy and Tyler left your group chat, which I would assume involves many of the people here at ESPN 1000.
Indeed, yeah. I think it was Potsy who spilled the beans on this one. So basically, Cubs in the midst of a terrible losing streak. I don't know if you guys heard about that, but that was going on.
Tell me more.
Things were getting frustrating. Things were boiling a little bit. We needed to simmer. We needed to cool down a little bit. So Potsy just texted me, and I forget who it was, but somebody texted me, Tyler, and Potsy, the three Cubs fans of the group chat, and that became our Cubs room. And we called it the Northside Clubhouse at first, and then on Monday it was changed to Panic Room. All caps Panic Room.
And therefore, both Tyler and Potsy opted out. They left the chat.
Well, we're still in the chat, but now we most of the Cubs content is held to Panic Room at the moment.
I thought Potsy said that they bowed out. They left the chat.
Why?
Are you sure?
We took our Cubs thoughts out of the chat. Like, we brought them with us, but that we had to create a safe space, you know?
Was it because you were also disappointed?
I think
is that cowardly, Waddle, in your mind?
Like you had to leave the chat. Maybe you were just trying to change the mojo. Is that what it was?
Taking the ping pong tables out of the locker room.
Yeah, is that what you were doing?
It was a little bit of Trubisky turning off the TV.
Yes, exactly.
A little bit of that.
Were you guys having a tantrum, like laying on the ground, kicking
I think
your
we
feet
needed
in the
a
air?
place to have a tantrum and also not completely kill the. Because mind you, Aiden is in this group chat. And Aiden is just loving it. Like, you send a Cubs thing, he laughs at it.
Is he the biggest Cubs hater at the station?
I think Hannah is.
Really?
Because Tyler went to a game. He went to the Twins game on Friday, I believe, and the Sox won that game in like thrilling fashion, I believe. But apparently, the whole time, Hannah's just letting Tyler know about the Cubs while there's another game happening that they're at. I think it's Hannah. I think Hannah's the biggest Cubs hater here. Aiden is definitely close, though. Like, I think most Hoodie and Carmen aren't really.
Aiden does not deny it. Hannah, I think, sometimes tries to kind of play like it's
nasty. No.
Aiden's like, I hate you, all of you, every single one of you. He's got a lot of angst for a young man of just 23 years of age, especially when it comes to his least favorite baseball
He said something last night. He was like, "Holy socks," and I just said, "Who?"
Well, the Sox won again today, everyone.
Yes, they did. They took 2 out of 3 from the Twins.
They had a nightcap, and their 2 games, or they had a matinee, so there's no nightcap tonight. We've got Bears Weekly, and they have now gone to 2 over 500.
Yes, they won 3 out of 4. I was wrong about with the Twins. So they won this series. I think they had come off 2 losing series, so they got
on the
back
West
on
Coast.
track.
That's right. All right, we will be back tomorrow. We have a full show tomorrow, so make sure you tune in. We'll have Jesse on, a lot of labor stuff to talk about, Cubs and White Sox to discuss. I think Courtney as well, going to talk some Bears. So, and if you miss Grady Jarrett, make sure you subscribe to the Waddle and Silvy YouTube page, youtube.com/@WaddleandSilvy. Thank you to Charlie Bevins.
Way to go, Charlie. One-man show for most of the day.
Thank you to Hannah, who did come in to help, and thank you to Tyler. For Waddle, I'm Silvy. It's ESPN 1000. Bears Weekly coming up next. Have yourself a great Thursday night.
Waddle, he's gone.
Really excited.
That was a big thrill.
Hi, it's Andre Dawson, including myself, Ed Belfour.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes.